You are about to opt in to Monerotopia, a show for the Monero community where all are welcome to join. From noob to maxi, no matter what bags you hold. Just sit back and relax to the sweet sounds of Monero's latest progress. Or if you're feeling inspired, join us on stage. Remember, the only thing that can stop Monero is a false belief that it can be stopped. And if you want to win the revolution faster, we recommend you remove your XMR from all custodial exchanges immediately. Warning, voting accidents are common around here. Don't forget to properly secure your private keys. Monerotopia starts now.
All right. What's up, Tux?
What's up? Good morning. Good morning. GM, everybody.
How's it going? Just retweeting it out there. Now that we're such a popular show, got to get the word out. People are, expecting us. They're waiting for us. We had a lot of viewers last week, man.
We did. It's almost like you have drama and people like that, right?
Yeah, I guess we're just gonna become like a shit show from now on. Like we're just gonna naturally go down that path, guys, because this is what you want. You can't blame us. We're responding to you, the viewers. So you like the drama. We'll continue with the drama. There's no shortage of it in Monero. Like Monero's that's always been something that comes along with the community. I guess most projects, but
I think pretty much every crypto community.
I feel like Monero though is just really like it's known for it. Like you have OG Bitcoiners who like still won't that's the one reason why they haven't gotten back into Monero. They're like, man, back in the day, those Monero people were so brutal. Like they still haven't recovered. So Monero, I would say not nearly as bad as it used to be, from my understanding of the history. But it's part of the growing pains as the tent gets larger.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
only
really
see
what's
what
happening.
happened recently and what happens now because I haven't been in Monero for like nearly as long as you or Bawdy or most of the OGs. So, but I have seen some of the history, and yeah, it's always happens, especially online. It's easy for drama to happen online. So
I know, man, it's so annoying, such a waste of time too. It's really annoying when you get attacked and then you're just forced to respond, right, and waste your time. So I mean, you have two options. Me, I went full throttle and responded this week. Because he had just taken me to my wit's end, and it just wasn't fair that he's putting out this misinformation, just basically smearing me, right? And it's like, you can just let it go, or, people are stupid. They see something, they're like, oh, okay, let's check this out. Doug is like a Zano guy now, without seeing beyond the surface. So it's annoying, man, that people have the ability to do that and can just get away with that. I mean, at some point it becomes like slander or libel, but
yeah,
it's annoying to watch people just take it to the full extent. Like they don't fucking care.
I think if anybody,
especially people that man, I know this guy. This would be like if you started doing this to us. Well, not to that degree, obviously, because we never had bad vibes regarding you. But this guy I've known for a while. Like he wanted to hang out with us. And there was always this dickiness to him, and we're like, and then finally he couldn't hold back, and so
yeah. And if anyone doesn't know who you're talking about, I think you're talking about the John Murphy guy, right?
I'm talking about John Murphy.
And hey, I'll say this once again because I asked him to see if you want to come on. I don't really know that much about this drama. I don't have a part in it.
Yeah, that being said, John, you're welcome to come on the show, man. I will not, I can't hurt you from here. Don't worry.
The invitation is still will always be open, to be honest. And I'm somewhat impartial, so I don't have anything to add. So, a debate on, I guess, the legitimacy of Monero, or maybe what.
Listen, it's not even about, at the end of the day, it's about he's attacking us because we have associated with Zano, which he considers a scam. And
a fairly mild
he's saying we're now promoters of Zano because they sponsored the Monerotopia conference. Actually, he's exaggerating and saying we're just bought and paid by Zano. like suggesting that the show is sponsored by it.
Yeah, which is
No,
ridiculous.
no.
And I mean,
We,
I keep
they're
having
one.
told people
They're
too.
one of the sponsors at the conference. So he took this and then he made propaganda, right? And using said Doug is bought out by Zan. Like that's just such a fucking fucked up thing to do, right? And he did it even though he's also a sponsor. Monero also sponsors the conference. So why is he viewing a Xano sponsorship as different from a Monero sponsorship?
They sponsored the last one.
That's
too,
why
right?
then the argument becomes, well, is maybe Monero's a scam, right? Why are you not like you're saying we shouldn't be shilling Xano, giving them a platform? Maybe we shouldn't be giving Monero a platform, right? Like that's basically what it gets at. And obviously, I think we should give Monero a platform, just like I think we should give Xano a platform. We should allow them to participate in Monerotopia, allow them to fund the event. That's why we have AJ's coming on today to talk about MoneroCon because they got pulled into it too. I mean, it could have been because I said it at one point too. Like, well, I mean, if you're gonna blame us for having sponsors that aren't Monero.
Yeah, and I mean, Monero sponsored the previous.
How can you attend MoneroCon?
Okay?
It's the same.
The last one, right?
What's that?
They sponsored the last Monerotopia, right? Monero, the previous one.
Wownero?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wownero was one of the sponsors. Yeah, that's the whole thing too. So he paid for a spot. I gave him a reduced, like we negotiated because like he didn't pay the first year and that was fine. It was like, okay. And honestly, he didn't have to pay the second year, but we tried to get him to contribute because all the other privacy tech sponsors that he calls scams are contributing and actually carrying the conference. And John, who's better than everybody, but is the founder of Wownero, like literally the first scam coin in Monero. I mean, it's a self-described scam. Like I think if John was on today, he would say Wownero is a scam. We've just been very open about that, which is a complete fucking scam. I talk about being a scammer. And then he just has like a subset of the Monero community that's kind of gone along with this meme. I mean, Monero is literally a meme coin version of Monero, where the whole point of it is you're supposed to pump it with making memes.
In fact,
if the criticism if the criticism is that we shouldn't have pump and dumps, that's literally what Monero is built to do. Like you go to the website, you can bring it up, Monero.com or whatever it is. And they're describing Monero. It's like join a community of people to pump Monero by making memes. Okay. And I'm fine with that, man. Let it exist. But you have no right to then call something like Xano. I mean, you do have a right to call something like Xano scam. You do. You do. And we give you a stage to do so where you are able to criticize. But you have no right to say that they can't participate. Because if they can't participate, why the hell should Monero be allowed to participate?
Yeah, it doesn't really make any sense. I mean, maybe the idea is that Monero is more open about what it is because it knows it's just like a goofy thing. But I mean,
yeah, but that's the best way to scam. I mean, the fact is, this guy had his miners running before anybody else did. Before anybody else knew that Monero was going to be, pushed on the Monero community, right? He always was a miner. He was an early Monero miner. So he had all his miners set up, ready to mine WoW and grab as much of it as he can, and then then tell us how it's the most honest project in the world, and like it's just, how do you get more scammy than that? He's literally a fucking scammer. He's just doing it better than others.
And on top of that, it had some serious privacy issues that were uncovered recently. I think regarding ring signatures. Oh,
but any other project that would be a major criticism. But in WoW, it's like, whatever.
It's like,
we, buyer beware. Much WoW, like we're just a test net. I mean, it's kind of funny. Xano shills. John, stop it. Come on the show and stop hiding behind your sock. Yeah, and John, you're welcome to come on. I'm not gonna yell at you. I might, maybe a little bit. But you're welcome to have the floor, and I guess I have to sit here and try to let you psychologically try to manipulate people further. And it's just gonna be exhausting having to like correct you on everything. But you're more than welcome to do it, and we can go through that exercise. But we all know what your fundamental argument is, and it's that Xano is the worst scam of all time. Like with regard, like he like basically frames it as being Monero's arch enemy, right? Like the evil guy, the bullberry guy.
Yeah, which doesn't make any
Right?
sense because it's supposed to be something that's not designed to replace Monero whatsoever. It's supposed to, work alongside it. And I understand a lot of the concerns with Xano, and I agree with some points on Untraceable. But comparing like that to Monero, it's like, okay, well, Monero is like overtly, essentially a scam in a way. I mean, it's like a joke, right? It's purposefully a
Right.
joke, and it's just people trying to make a quick buck. And I mean, I'm sure a lot of people are trying to do that right now with Xano. As we can see, it's being heavily speculated,
Right.
and there's been a lot of big people promoting it and talking about it and stuff. But Xano actually is supposed to do something, whereas Monero literally doesn't do anything. In fact, it does less than Monero. So
yeah, I mean, and that's the real heart of it, is that he started all this drama because he was pissed because he saw the price of Xano going up. That's
yeah, the
literally what
comparison's
happened,
just unfair.
right?
Like, I mean,
So
I
he's
think
like,
all the
"Yeah, I
criticism
don't
of
have
Xano
any
is fair, but
I just have my Monero scam coin." So he's like literally crying about it. It's like scam, scam, scam. Okay, like we all know the facts. We know what it is. So I mean, and you're allowed to call it a scam, but what you're not allowed to do is then call me a promoter of a scam, because I'm not a promoter of it, right? They sponsor the conference just like the other privacy tech projects do. Bureau,
yeah, it's just super
Basic Swap,
hypocritical.
Monero, right? And so because it went up in price, you're pissed that I took a Xano payment, that we take it in Xano. We also took it in Monero. Like, I think that's smart to do it that way, right? So that we don't accidentally pump a pump and dump. Like, I don't want to accidentally pump a pump and dump like Monero without having some of it, because then I'd be really like, okay, now we accidentally pumped this, plus the conference didn't even get to benefit from it. So it makes sense to take it.
Yeah, it's not like
crypto.
Doug out here is buying a bunch of Xano, or like he's getting given
it just
Xano
makes
to
like
talk about
I think
it.
anybody with intelligent would do that. He would do that. John would do that if he was joining the conference.
Yeah, I mean, it only makes sense.
Why wouldn't you take the sponsorship in the crypto, right? Because you're giving it a platform. There is this concern that you might accidentally like contribute to pumping it, so at least have it benefit the conference.
Neil List tipped 123. The Monero extremism is real. Lol. But when criticizing projects, you either ad hominem them, aka spreading FUD, or you point exactly where the problem is in the project so that they can prove. I'm about the second option is more mature way of doing it. Well, of course, and I think that's what Untraceable did pretty well last week. With his
It was a great conversation.
I do. It was very long and it was great. I do personally wish they spend a lot more time on like what does Xano actually do like right now, instead of like on the whole pre-mine stuff. Because I mean that's important, but I'm more interested in like, okay, what can you actually really use Xano for right now?
Right.
Other than like what they're talking about, it will be.
Well, they did talk about with they kind of got to the root of it, right? With confidential assets and saying what they really lack, I guess, is private smart contracts.
Smart contracts, yeah.
Right.
It's mostly just dumb tokens.
Yeah. Is there? I'm not fully understanding. Is there like an avenue towards that? I mean, we could get into that, at a later time if somebody wants to come up and explain that. We could talk about that. But yeah, do you have a good understanding of that? Like, there's like a workaround right now that they have that they could kind of.
I couldn't really speak on that myself.
Yeah. So, if anybody wants to let us know.
And then, of course, the Xano project made you which just definitely didn't help the drama tensions. They made you the Community Member of the Month. Congratulations.
Oh, yeah, making me... Yeah. I don't know why they did... Like, not really good timing, guys. I wouldn't advise you to have done that, right? Like, I was like, guys, thank you, but...
Now those people that were calling you a shill are like, yeah, he's really a shill now. Yeah.
That was... I don't know why. Then they DM'd me, like, should we have not done that? I was like... So, like, we already had you named, like, already had decided we were going to do that before all this drama happened. I was like, okay. I'm like, I don't, whatever. People are labeling me no matter what. And then I retweeted it with like a strong explanation of how I'm like Monero first. But yeah, it's a constant battle. But we have a good platform here. I mean, the word gets out. People are watching this show. So this is the real Doug Tuman right here. You come talk to me face to face if you have any beef. If you want to come lie about some shit.
And I mean, people calling you a shield is just like overtly incorrect, because like the definition of a shill is somebody is typically, I mean, there's multiple definitions, but typically it's somebody who is promoting or praising something without disclosing financial gain or being paid, right? And I mean, that's not happening here whatsoever. So it's just wrong, and people use that term incorrectly.
The internet, okay.
Oh, something going on?
Yeah,
Is your
no,
thing dropping?
We got Florida here. I'm not one of those that Doug thinks wants drama. I prefer we minimize the bitch sessions. Yeah, I agree. But like we're saying, at the end of the day, people like the drama though. So, but then he's following up and saying, having said that, I liked hearing from Xana last week. I learned something, which is the main reason I come on the show. Yeah, definitely.
Yep.
So sometimes that comes along with the drama. Can't avoid it. And the thing too is Andre. I mean, like when we like suggesting that Xano shouldn't be allowed to participate in Monerotopia or MoneroCon, right? Because you're perpetuating this scam. You're letting them run this affinity scam, right? Which is crazy because I mean the amount of development effort they're putting in, like that's a pretty dumb scam, right? Like, let's put all our intelligence towards scamming people by actually putting work into a project for years and years and years. Andre is literally like the Satoshi Nakamoto of Monero, right? Him and Nicholas Van Saberhagen. Like they were Satoshi Nakamoto. They were the people that built the first implementation of CryptoNote. And to not have them participate in our community, like I think it's amazing. Anytime the guy comes on the show and talks. I don't know what that ringer is right now, guys. Nicholas Van Saberhagen's calling me.
Monero's calling you right now.
He was saying we could get like I've been asking for years, like how do we get Nicholas Van Saberhagen to come on the show or to be at like a remote speaker at Monerotopia?
I've heard that he's a pretty of course a private individual. And he
yeah,
really talk,
that's what he was saying,
which is very
like
appropriate for the theme of what he's done.
Yes, like he just doesn't. No, like he made it sound like he's kind of moved on. Like he wouldn't want to really just kind of, he built that Monero thing all those years ago.
It's like Satoshi, right? Supposedly.
Yeah. So to not want Andre, right? Like, what? Are you kidding me? Like, it's more valuable to have Bawdyanarchist guy than to have the Satoshi Nakamoto,
which is just like
of Monero,
soft fork of Monero.
Because he was associated with the scam. Like, no, man. I want to hear from him. Much more than I'd rather hear from John Murphy. And I think anybody being honest would say the same, right?
Yeah.
So that's really what it boils down to. Old school rotary. Yeah, that's our phone, man. We got the old school rotary going over here.
None of that new crap that spies on you, right?
We should have a number where people can call into the show.
No, actually, that would be.
We could do that.
Instead of viewers on stage segment, it's a call-in segment where someone calls. You have to.
We can do
so
that.
for nobody in this space uses real phones, right? Everyone's using. You could set up a signal contact. People can add. Then they can. They can phone it. There you go.
Speaking of, we're gonna do. I think we were talking about that last week or the week before for XMR Bazaar for notifications.
Yes.
We're going to add a signal option, so people could add their signal address to their profile, and then they'll receive their notifications there at their signal. Saying like you got a new message or somebody made an offer.
That'd be pretty great.
It doesn't send the content, right? Because that's all encrypted. So it just lets you know notification. That'd be awesome, right?
Yeah, that'd be pretty. That'd be fairly useful, especially if you don't have a email tied to your account and you don't want to tie an email to your account because email's like hard to do privately.
I don't like open my email. Like I have like I have abandoned email. Like I don't know if like I'm missing important messages. I don't know about you, but I'm overwhelmed by these other chat. Like you have to find me there. Like it's not the. But I mean, we have our Monerotopia.com Proton Mail email. That's a reliable way to get us, but I think a lot of people get lost in, all their messages, and to expect people to go log into XMR Bazaar, they never remember to do that, right? Their time is getting stolen for so many things. They came on, they made an account, they like got interested in something, they made an offer on it, and then like they leave the site. You know, unless they're hardcore, they're not coming back, and it's understandable. So we need a way to like remind them. Florida's saying Session Simple X would be better. Yeah, we're considering those too, but we're going to start with Signal. Session, I don't know. Not that many people use Session. It's great in theory, but it's not like being that widely used. Simple, yeah, we should use Simple X.
Simple X would be easy to do. They have APIs you could utilize. Yeah, I'd say Signal plus Simple X if you could do both.
Okay, so Signal's going to be first, and then we'll do Simple X. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't even think. Yeah, shit. You're right.
Both of them are good. Both of them are great.
And then we could get the Simple X guy on the show one of these days. I think.
Oh yeah, he's a cool guy. His name is Evgeny. Yeah, Evgeny.
Maybe we'll get him to participate in the next Monerotopia. I know he was at Monerocon.
Yeah, he was at Monerocon. I remember I met him at last year. I think it was at Affinity Forum. Yeah, I met him there. He's a really smart guy.
Oh yeah.
And Simple X is kind of a major, like, I feel like it's sort of a major feat. It's finally an end-to-end encrypted messenger that's actually truly like private, doesn't require like a phone number like Signal. Now granted, Signal, you can still hide your phone number and stuff. But Simple X is basically improving on top of Signal in every way. From security and privacy standpoints, and it's even working on becoming easy to use with like massive groups, right? It's trying to, I think, become an effective competitor to Telegram, which is very hard to do, end-to-end encryption with hundreds and thousands of people. It's very hard to do, but they're trying to work on that. So it's a great project.
Now, if we were to do it with Simple X, we wouldn't even need a virtual number, right?
You wouldn't need a number, no.
Set it up.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Oh my, yeah. Like it's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
I don't even. Yeah, because we got a virtual number to do the Signal thing, which is a
I mean, you can. Like, well, how much was it? Because you can get a virtual number for cheap, right? You can get one for really cheap.
No, but just the fact that you got to get it, like, do that, right? Like the fact that it's tied to a number is definitely a flaw, major flaw.
I mean, that's just like, I think right now it's just kind of a legacy thing for how Signal was created originally. Yeah. I don't like it, but that's just sort of how it is, because it was designed to sort of it was designed to utilize phone numbers as like part of the existing social connection, right? So it's like, okay, you create an account with a phone number and you can see all of your other contacts, and if their phone number has a Signal account, you can see them, right? It's designed to kind of make it easier to connect people to start using it, but I think it's something that at this point should just be removed.
Florida's saying, I say Session because it's the only good privacy that's available on Apple phones. Why Simple X isn't good on Apple phones? I
wouldn't agree with that.
On an Apple phone.
You can use both Signal and Simple X on iOS. Yeah. And Signal, I mean, Signal is better than Session on the actual protocol level. Session has some concessions it made and some.
We're ignoring the chats we shouldn't be ignoring here. Neil is tipped $1.23. Thank you so much, guys. Please use XMRchat.com/Monerotalk to send us your tips. You don't have to send us $1.23. We greatly appreciate it. You can send us much less, but please use it. I can't recommend Signal ever since the U.S. government started to recommend them. Plus the phone number requirement, especially. Episode the Simple X guy is very critical of Signal's metadata problems. Definitely recommending Simple X over Signal. They got it right. Yeah.
Okay,
I don't use it. I don't use it enough. Like I'm still not used to using it, so I kind of.
Yeah.
ignore
I mean,
it.
this is like the main argument, which I feel like I have to say every time, but it's like, okay, yes, Simple X is better from a security and privacy standpoint. Undeniably, it's better.
It's the
But
network
in a
effect, though.
world of
Yeah.
where people use like things like Discord or
Yeah.
like Telegram or SMS, getting somebody to use Signal is a massive W. And the one thing that Signal still wins on single-handedly is in usability and ease of use for new people. Simple X is still a little bit more complicated, and it's a little bit unreliable in certain circumstances. Whereas Signal, for me and the people that I use it with the most, it works incredibly reliably and it's super easy for them to use. I don't have to show them to use it, how to use it. It's just really obvious. And Signal still is using, of course, the well-renowned Signal protocol, which SimpleX is sort of based on, and Session is based on sort of as well. Even with its flaws, I still think it's a very good messenger and product overall. And yeah, I think the end goal is something like SimpleX, but Signal, I mean, especially for like getting my mom and my dad to use SimpleX, that's like overkill, right? Signal is going to provide the private communication while being super easy for them to use. So, yeah, that's just my 2 cents.
Tux, I'm enjoying this conversation too much, but we gotta get the show going, man. We're just like hanging out talking about. Actually, I want to bring up, and I'll wait. Maybe too when we have viewers on stage. The idea of maybe adding a bonding system to XMR Bazaar, like so this idea that you can purchase a bond as a seller, right? So right now you could make direct payments or you could use the multi-sig escrow. The multi-sig escrow is obviously, it's like a pain in the ass to use, right? It's going to be very hard to ever make
Yep.
that very instant.
Yes.
Most people rather do direct payment, and to do a direct payment, now you have this big trust issue, right? So unless it's a profile that looks like it's had a lot of thumbs ups and positive comments in the past, you're taking a risk, right? So we're thinking of trying to alleviate that risk by allowing sellers to like buy a bond, right? So let's say like they could purchase a bond for 1 XMR. Now they're bonded up to 1 XMR. So when you're a buyer and you see that they're bonded up to 1 XMR, you can feel confident that if you're buying something from them that's 1 XMR or less, if you do get scammed, mediator will step in and decide if you should get payment from that bond. I think that's like kind of a great solution. I know local Monero was kind of doing some kind of bonding system, but that was like per order. I'm thinking like the users would be bonded, right? Not per order. And it could also become a way to perhaps, it could become the business model of the site as well, right? And we could, the platform would take 10% of the bond payments. We could get into it later. What do you think?
Yeah, that could help give some. I could see that helping give some security, some ease of security for people who want to buy something and don't want to, maybe run that risk. With the
so I want to air that idea out there further, making sure I'm not missing something. But it feels like it could be a good way to go, and I don't see why you'd be labeled a money transmitter at that point, right? It's not per transaction. They're purchasing a bond from us, right? There's no transaction that's being made between users, right? In an indirect way, right? If somebody gets scammed, then we, the platform, are just paying them back, right? It's not necessarily through the payment that was made to us from the seller. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So I think it could be kind of a way around that, and a nice medium between risky direct payments, non-risky multi-sig escrow that's a little cumbersome, and so just be just as fast then as a direct payment. So,
and I mean something else that you could consider. I don't know if this is too I mean, it's not invasive at all, but like for some of these profiles, right, who have names of people who are known in the community, maybe
Oh,
you
like
can have
connect
like
to
a
X.
verification
Yeah.
process
Yeah.
to where it's like, okay, we verified that this person is
Mhm.
actually this person that's known as being this person in the community, sort of deal, right?
Yeah, I mean, we were saying trying to just do it through like X, right? You could just use the if somebody wants to attach their X profile, they can, right?
But it'll
Yeah.
have to be like verified in some way, or else someone can just, you know.
No, but using like X's API, right? I'm sure there's an
Oh
authentication
yeah.
process, right? So you could
I
show
mean,
that you're
people would
the.
probably be more against that than just a manual verification, a manual human check.
Yeah, I guess people would, but what's the reason to be against that? I mean, because it wouldn't be like you could opt into it. Not all users would have to. So if I want to, I could, you through XMR Bazaar in my profile connect an X account. It doesn't spoil the rest of the platform in any way, right? In terms of data and whatnot. It's just that person now has, opted into that.
Yeah,
Right?
I guess so. It depends on what entails connecting with the X API. I'm not
Yeah, I
entirely
guess
sure.
that's really what it comes down to. Altoid linker tip 65 cents. XMR Bazaar bonding idea is outstanding. Some type of bond or oracle is definitely needed. Yeah, I was up the other night. It was like I couldn't go to bed because the idea just felt so amazing. Like it feels like it like really solves it well, and then it could be a solid business model too. Right? And I'm thinking the bonds, you could put as much bond up as you want. Right? If you're selling cheese, maybe you just buy a 1 XMR bond, right? Because people probably aren't going to buy more than $200 worth of cheese. But
Yep,
if you're
yep, yep.
selling, I don't know, gold bars, maybe you have a 10 XMR bond sitting there, right? And the idea is, it's up to you, right? You could use it to whatever degree you want to kind of prove that you're trustworthy and that buyers shouldn't have to worry. And then we would take a percentage of that bond. Obviously, I guess the gradient of percentage would go down the larger the bond that they pay. And then really it just comes down to those buying the bond trusting us. And that's where I come in. I mean, people know me, right? So I'm not just like, we're not like a dark market where we could just like, I'm just going to go rug you now. So
The Doug Rug.
that's the advantage I have, right? That's where I can kind of cash in on the fact that I am the face of it, right?
Yep.
And so, because at the end of the day, right? So if there's ways we could figure out how to make that more trustless, like the way that XMR is being held, like I guess just a multi-sig, right? And like so there's trust there.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense, and I think that's how. Well, that's not even how Monero Market does it. Monero Market is just a standard escrow. I think a bond's a little different. That's closer to how like you purchase and sell on BISC, right? Like BISC and Havino, you have to have a some bond of XMR, right? If you're trying to sell.
Yeah. I don't know. What do you have to? Yeah. What is the process on Havino?
I haven't sold anything on there, so I don't entirely remember.
But you have to put a bond up as a seller.
I'm pretty yeah, I'm
right,
I'm
but
pretty sure.
and that's per transaction, I think, right?
Yeah, and you're saying no, not for per transaction.
No, I'm saying like a user just gets bonded, right? So they make a one-time payment. They could always increase it, I guess, at any point. They're sending us Monero, right? The platform Monero, and in return, we're adding to the profile proof that they've sent us this amount of Monero.
I see. So this is just an alternative to the 283 multi-sig.
And it's refundable, right? They can get their money back, right? If they want to pull out but when they pull out their bond, we're going to take away 10% of it.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
I mean,
so
I don't know. It doesn't have to be that number. But we're going to take away some percentage of it. What's that?
This is just an alternative to the multi-sig escrow.
Exactly. This is a third option. So
I
you have
see.
the direct payment, which is obviously, but you're taking a risk with direct payment. Unless you see it's like the Dutch cheese guy and he's already sold 100 cheeses to 100 different customers. Yeah, there's no risk. Go send him $100 worth of Monero. He's going to send you your cheese. So like that's still going to be the simplest way. And that guy wouldn't need to get a bond, right? He wouldn't need this. But for other people, it's a way to, prove your credit, not even proving it. It's an insurance against the buyer getting scammed. So the buyer feels secure making the payment, knowing that if he does get scammed, he'll get his money back. Likely, I mean, it's going to go down to, there'll be mediating involved. So there's going to be a cost there, right? Because we're going to have to run the mediation, just like with the multi-sig escrow. There's a mediator. So that's going to be work somebody has to do. And it's not going to be a completely fair, like this is where we can get in the weeds with it, right? This is where the criticisms come. That's going to be hard to run, but it's just like multi-sig escrow has the same problem. At the end of the day, you have a mediator.
Yeah, there's going to be somebody.
But the mediation can now be more centralized, right? And now we could have an organization that's good at mediating these things. So
I guess this wasn't the original
you can use
idea or
AI to
goal,
help mediate
right?
eventually. What's that?
This was not the original goal, is to further centralize the escrow, but I guess not enough people are comfortable with taking part in the.
Well,
the
no, I mean
escrow.
the goal is to make XMR Bazaar as trustless as peer-to-peer and trustless as possible, right? So, and without being labeled a money transmitter, right? Like if we were allowed to do escrow, we were taking custody and we want to be labeled a money transmitter, like it would make sense to do it, to offer that as an option, right? Because it'd be very, very easy to do. We don't have to charge as much as Monero Market is charging, which is like 5%. But reason you don't want to be doing that is because you're a money transmitter at that point, right? That's the real issue. I mean, obviously, there's concerns that you can get rugged by the platform, but if you build up trust in the platform, I don't think there's I think offering that as an option isn't and then there's the other option where you're doing pure multi-sig escrow with third party. Yeah, you could go down that route if you really want to be as decentralized and trustless as possible. But even that, you're still dealing with the mediator, right? This isn't like it will never be a perfectly trustless system, right? Unless you build some decentralized marketplace, which obviously people are working on. Tux, did I lose you?
Nope, still here.
Shortwave tipped would totally use XMR Bazaar bond. Awesome. Shortwave, yeah. Let's talk about it later. Let's try to figure out what exactly it needs to be. Claims to be Bawdy tipped $1.69. Imagine bond Oracle integration into DarkFi. Yeah, something like that. I mean, I do think XMR Bazaar will always have a place though, because there is it's a clear market, right? It's all legal goods and services, so there are advantages to be having some aspects of centralization, and I think it's worth having a service like this because there is value in transacting peer-to-peer selling legal goods and services. I think there's a need for that. It's like, yeah, right? We all know why that's a valuable thing to do. So, all right, man, let's get it moving. Let's get Bawdy up here. I don't want to hold up the special guest because he was coming on, I think, at like noon. So hopefully he'll be okay.
Well, let's go ahead and jump into the price report then.
Let's do it.
The Monerotopia Price Report segment is sponsored by Exolix, a privacy-focused, non-custodial instant crypto exchange. Go to exolix.com to enjoy secure and completely anonymous swaps with no KYC or sign-up. Swap between Monero and 2,000 plus assets at the most competitive rates and with no limits. XLX.com, your fast and secure way to privacy.
All right, Bawdy, GM, sir.
Bawdy, what's up, man?
It's great to be here.
I'm seeing what you're saying. No, I mean XMR Bazaar with an integration into DarkFi for the bond. Yeah.
I might be being too complex there. Maybe you just need a multi-sig, so Monero's fine.
Or better yet, we'll use Xano. Oh my god!
Oh man, not again.
Fires will be lit. It'll be like LA. We'll just burn it down. Jesus.
This is your LA token burning. Your LA fire token.
We'll use Monero, and then we'll have the hearts of all the community members. We'll use the purest coin of all, Monero, to do our bonding.
We'll use Zcash.
Obviously Zcash. I love supporting Zoko's stake habit. I was thinking through this whole drama, the culture that we set now collectively as a group. I know that sounds communist collectively and all, but the culture that we set in aggregate now is going to ripple ahead as Monero adoption grows. So it's something to keep in mind. I think your style is great. You give people a floor, you give them a platform. You're polite when they're on stage, but you also bring the tough questions when it's necessary.
Yeah, try to balance that as much as I can, right? With the reality that we do, we get sponsorships, right? We needed sponsorships to run the conference. Anybody who's been to the conference sees that, that there's a lot of capital that goes into that thing, right?
Bitmain,
and it's
right. Bitmain was there as a sponsor,
Yep. And it was great.
Those guys, they locked up, they got the Bitcoin supply. They did a good job. They locked up a big portion of that supply early on. And I mean, you can't blame them for doing it, right? They've done some shady stuff here and there.
Oh, yeah.
But they were a sponsor, but it makes total sense. You need money to run the conference. And, if you want to shill your altcoin or your company, well, you have to pay for that privilege to get on stage. No one is, unless you're directly building on Monero, then okay, you get a place on stage. Tux gets a place on stage. He's directly building the Monero ecosystem.
Exactly.
Tux don't got to pay. Just with his privacy, you sacrificed your privacy.
Or if you're a project that doesn't yet have a treasury or revenue, right? But still, even if DarkFi, for example, right? We just give them the stage, right? They don't have a coin yet with a value and a market cap and a fund, right? So
I remember years ago, it was 2016. It was my first conference in Mexico. I went to Acapulco, and I remember thinking, oh, cool, all these people are sponsoring the conference, and that means I can trust them, right? I didn't realize that at the time, that no, actually, these are not necessarily vetted. They're just people that gave money to help the conference to make it happen. And I think it was, kind of a year later before I sort of realized that. So that's kind of, it's an important thing to hammer home for the noobs. Because I just know if my dumbass made that mistake, then other dumbasses are going to make that same mistake as well.
Yeah. And listen, I mean, we try to, obviously we're not accepting a sponsorship from somebody who's going to come and sell. Although, but we'll let you participate in the marketplace, right? It's a free market there. If you're going to go, somebody's literally has a stand selling snake oil for Monero. you could go. We're not going to say
with a sign that says poison apples.
That's
as long as you say they're poison apples, it's okay. That's very market, Illuminati, man. Actually. That's how the Illuminati operates. That's one of their principles. Is they're well, it's okay to sell poison apples as long as you put the sign out there that said poison apples, and if people want to buy them, that's their thing. That's how they think that they eliminate the negative karma of their actions.
Yeah,
maybe, I don't know, bro. I'm not Buddha.
Yeah,
but Buddha is all of us.
The reality, bro.
I didn't see much negativity towards you, honestly. There was just a little bit. There's a couple people here and there, but by and large,
it was the Monero. It was the Monero crowd. It was the Monero. It was the couple of Monero people.
Even the Monero crowd. Most of them, I didn't see a whole lot of negativity towards you. Yeah, just a little bit, but not a huge amount. Just a couple people and maybe some socks. I don't know.
They're getting to your head, Doug.
No, never. I use it as motivation. Guys, like and retweet though. We got 141 viewers right now. Retweet. Let's get the word out.
You will smash the like and be happy.
Bawdy, looks like I cannot bring your charts up.
Oh, because I'm stupid and I didn't share them. 1 second. All right, present.
There we go.
In other
Got it.
news.
Yeah, in other news, I just want to let everyone know I have a blue check mark on my Twitter now. I didn't ask for it. I didn't pay Musk anything. Don't make anything of that. They just decided I was a real person, I guess. So.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Really?
Maybe
That's
I should
cool.
say thanks, Musk. I guess. I don't know.
Wow.
Maybe
I
everyone's
didn't know
getting a
they
blue check
still
now.
do that. I thought you have to like, yeah. Okay.
Well, if you have 5, I think if you have like so many like verified followers, they just give it to you.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. So I caught
lot of
the
people are-
disease from the other people in Monero that paid for the check mark, and they communicated that to me. Just guys.
Yeah.
Like,
'cause,
no, I didn't
it
pay
was,
for it.
it was pretty awesome to see. Like that was one of the XMR's better use cases to date. Is people were selling, were buying. Somebody was like running a service buying people the you know.
Yeah, that was actually a pretty
Check mark
cool thing. Be like, oh no, I actually paid an XMR. Oh no,
yeah,
don't tag
yeah,
me.
no.
But technically, it
Hilarious.
still ends up going fiat to them anyway. So it's not like you really
Yeah.
change anything. It's just that you personally didn't give them your credit card or whatever, which is
Yeah.
still a cooler way to purchase that if you want it.
Yeah, there's the friction cost, but I agree. It's better to
Yeah.
do it that way than the other way.
Exactly. I think we did
All right,
it
guys.
for the XMR Bazaar account. Yeah, take it away, man. Take it away.
I'll try and finish in less than an hour so that the guest, we don't cut
I
into
mean,
the
you'll have to
guest time.
spend an hour alone on Xano, I'm sure, right? It's
Obviously.
now the Xano price report.
Sponsored by Xano. Sponsored by Exelix, actually. Let's just throw a shout out to
Yeah.
our sponsor there, Exelix. Really
Yes.
appreciate it.
Yes.
Those guys help to keep the show happening. This shit is not free, and Doug gives his time to make this thing happen. So, yeah, we appreciate our sponsors. Okay, yeah. So here we're looking at Monero US dollar, obviously, and we're basically just chilling. Like price is sitting here at about 200. Okay, I guess we're happy with that. We've normalized, we've restabilized to about 200 after being at 250 for quite a long period of time. This price action looks fairly constraining to me. We're going to need some kind of big impetus to push this price one direction or the other. So in other words, like, an intervention, a monetary intervention, or like Bitcoin is pumping and alts are pumping, right? Like something in the surrounding ecosystem needs to happen in order for this chart to really break out of this range. Yeah, I mean, again, that's kind of my opinion. Obviously, I'm just giving opinions here, guys. Yeah, and we're looking at astrology for dudes. So, maybe that's your deal. Maybe it's not. We'll talk about some fundamental stuff as well. But yeah, I mean, obviously you can see nothing exciting happening in Monero right here. This is classic action. You'll get a big pump, you'll get the volatility will drop off. And then at some point, this chart's going to start making a move to one direction or the other. So hopefully we can correlate that direction. Hopefully it's up. Hopefully we can correlate the other stuff happening in the macro world, in the crypto world, and in the fundamental realm and on the TA front to sort of give us a cogent picture that it's going to go one direction or another before it does. Bitcoin versus Monero is basically the same story. Things are sitting here pretty flat. To be honest, I do kind of like this pattern a little bit. This looks kind of like a pennant. Maybe we broke out of that pennant. I don't know. It looks slightly like it broke out of that pennant to the upside, but I'm not super convinced that necessarily means anything. But if Monero is going to be strong, and guys, I see more and more support for Monero out there. I see more random people. Like I'm getting follows, I'm getting likes, I'm getting people that are like, I had an interaction on Twitter the other day with a guy that was asking, oh, isn't using an exchange, doesn't that defeat the purpose of Monero? He didn't understand that just interacting with an exchange doesn't betray your transaction history. So like I actually, there was like a little bit of friction there where I had to be like, wait, what exactly are you asking? Because I just forgot that, new people might not realize that. So I just use that as like a small anecdotal data point, my own experience, as a way of saying it feels like we're getting more people in the ecosystem, both big and small. So if that's the case, there's a case to be made that the Monero Bitcoin ratio could try and push its way up here to the top side at some point. Probably, we're getting pretty close to stabilization on this thing. We're getting pretty close to like things like, the bottom dropped out pretty badly for a period of time there. And it looks like this thing might be stabilizing. I'm hesitant to really stick with that, but it's possible, right? One thing that was interesting this week is that for the most part, the exchanges haven't had too much price divergences. They've been pretty flat. Qcoin has been up a little bit. I think Qcoin is one of those exchanges that's been around for a while. I haven't heard too much about them scamming their customers. This exchange in purple, I've heard some stories. I haven't confirmed them. Personally, I would probably not use them. I mean, why wouldn't you just use Moneroto anyways, right? Oh, and the street price of Monero. Let's take a look at it. It's on Monero.boats. I haven't verified that they are properly using the Moneroto, but they're saying the street price is currently $188. Meanwhile, Kraken shows us at $197. So perhaps there's a liquidity situation going on here where, like, the price is a little bit lower. For any holy and sanctified in the system, corporate reporting, all of that stuff, there's probably an opportunity here to arbitrage price between Kraken and the other exchanges and Monero on Moneroto, right? Because when the price diverges, let's suppose that Moneroto is much higher. Well, then you can buy XMR on Kraken and then sell it on Moneroto, right, for that price differential. You need decent amount of volume to make that work, but it's an idea. It's an idea that if some bro out there wants to do it, there's probably an opportunity there, and the market would probably benefit from it, right? Having a little bit more stable price across the board and extra liquidity helps people get in and out of the coin. So, all right, let's go ahead and take a look at our sponsor, Xano. No, just kidding, guys. Just kidding. Jeez. Yeah, it's looking good. Like, I guess, I don't know. It's still got this pretty bullish structure here. It's basically riding these bands up, which is what it does. Like that's classic wave magic action. That's classic astrology for dudes. That's classic way that this thing behaves, this unique invention that I made. So I don't know how long it'll last. Obviously, in my mind, Xano's going to probably start doing whatever the rest of the crypto market does. So again, if things crash from here, Xano's going down. If things pump, Xano's probably continuing its bull market. So, in terms of like my personal, the way I view Xano, just as sidetrack here from the price a little bit, there were some people that had like a demand for ordinals, right? We kind of saw that pop up, and yeah, there's some small amount of demand for private assets, meme type assets. Doge Nero as as Untraceable launched. So maybe there's some lulls to be had there or whatever. I don't know. But to me, Xano isn't really that impressive of a project. The thing that is going to be impressive is DarkFi if and when they come out, right? When you can do general smart contracts privately, you can tokenize assets, you can have DEXs, you can have oracles, you can have stable coins, you can do all of this stuff. Whereas Xano currently, in its current state, you can basically have assets and that's it. But you don't even I don't think there's even a trading, like a DEX to trade those assets on. So it's still like fairly manual. Correct me if I'm wrong, right? Someone in the comments, please correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. So anyways, that's kind of like my side thinking on Xano. I'm not really a big supporter. Just because it doesn't seem like that great of a use case. I don't see what it is. And if and when DarkFi comes out, like that just basically shuts down the use case that I think Xano otherwise would have. Like, why wouldn't you integrate your Doge Nero onto the contracts platform, the generalized contracts platform, as opposed to a platform that's far more limited? So anyways, Firo is actually doing pretty good. They actually have a price that looks somewhat similar to Monero. They had this big pump, and then they got the volatility is dropping off. Right now, I guess this chart looks a little bit bullish. Let's take a look. Let's go back further. Yeah. Okay. So this coin,
you have a Xano. Somebody maybe Gonbat. Gonbat, if you're around, you could jump on later and talk to Bawdy about it.
Xano says that Xano trade exists based on ionic atomic swaps. Okay. So there's an atomic swap built into it. Okay, fair enough.
But yeah, Gonbat, if you want to jump on later in the show, you're more than welcome to.
I'm not going to lie. Well, I learned a lot last week. It was a little bit dry from time to time, so I might have gotten slightly distracted here and there. Anyways, yeah, so on Firo right here, it looks similar to the Monero price. If we scroll back a little bit, let's go to the weekly. It looks like Firo should maybe want to try and try and tag these bands here. It's kind of looking bullish. If we go down to the daily, I guess the weekly didn't show what I kind of wanted to see. Expand. Let's go back to there. Yeah, so basically for the past couple of years, Firo has been existing in effectively constrained by the upper and lower standard deviation bands, right? So this guy up top here, and then the orange one down there. It's still been sort of kind of falling out a little bit, but then it came back. Like, this looks like a reversal pattern to me. It definitely looks like it's reasonably possible if the bull market continues and if alts want to pump. Seems likely that Furo will probably get a little bit of that action. Pirate Chain is a round tripper, guys. It pumped 140%. It dumped. Guys, this is the exact kind of action that I see on things like Ripple, where it's a heavily centralized supply. The thing pumps massively. You take the elevator up and then you take the stairs down. I'm sorry, I know there's pirate guys in the stream, but guys, it wasn't a pre-mine, but the supply was pretty massively centralized by ASICs early on before the chain really got popular. And we can argue about whether that was fair or scam or not, but this chart is the reality of what happens typically when you have a heavily centralized supply. So that's just how that goes. At some point, this thing will probably pump again, but who knows when. Darrow is fucked. Don't buy it. Sorry, Darrow, but you guys are falling out of this trend. You're going down. Like, it's going down. Like, I don't see anyone post about Darrow anyway, so don't buy it. It's useless. If you have any, sell it. I don't know. Maybe you don't care. Zcash is also having some trouble. Zcash has been getting some volatility, a little bit more to the downside lately. These standard deviation bands should provide some support, right? We should at some point see this thing reverse to the upside. The target is here, right? The target is about 120, 110, something like that. So if you're trading Zcash, that's probably where I would personally be looking to get out, take some profit there. I also looked at Beam the other day. I don't know. I don't think it has much volume. It's not a very good chart. Maybe I don't have the full picture here, but yeah, this thing is, that's on the daily. Yeah, I mean, this is only like a 1.5 year chart. It doesn't look good right now. This is not good price action, but in the context of a broader bullish market, maybe this thing can just try to find some support, right? So maybe there, right? You might, if you were going to trade Beam, maybe try and pick it up around there somewhere. I wouldn't put too much money on it, right? It's just a punt. You would be hoping to sort of get back, maybe get a 2x or something on that. Okay, let's go to Big Daddy, the abusive Big Daddy coin, called Bitcoin, that doesn't want to let us out of the house, doesn't want to let us scale, doesn't want us to have any privacy, but still somehow drives the rest of the market. Yeah, so as we talked about last week, these, after the volatility to the upside, which we saw, very clear volatility, and then we saw the rollover and clearly established standard deviation clusters, okay? These are, again, multiple time frames, right? It's like Bollinger Bands, for those that know what Bollinger Bands are. They're just standard deviations, and then we just overlay a shit bunch of them together, and they form these clusters. And the clustering is important because those are the highlight areas that all the people that use this kind of, Bollinger Band analysis, these are the most likely places for them to see. And psychologically speaking, right, this is more of a psychology map, not a prescriptive astrology, horoscope about what will happen, okay? It's more like a map of psychology. After this big movement, right, for Bitcoin on the short term for the past, really, I guess the past month now, almost a month, Bitcoin has been constrained by the standard deviations, and that's totally unsurprising to see this thing support there, resistance there, and then found support again right there. And then zooming out a little bit more, we can also see the purple bands here as well. Those purple bands are usually pretty good indicators of support for general bull markets. This is a 4-hour chart, so we're not looking at the full big picture on the bull market. Let's go ahead and take a look at that really quick. Yeah, there's nothing here that says that the bull market's over, guys. Like in a TA sense, there's no reason to fret or fear. One thing that might happen that seems possible, reasonable, is that the way that price action has unfolded for like the past 2 years, Bitcoin gets a massive pump and then just like chops sideways, slightly bleeds down, and it gets a big pump and then it chops sideways and it bleeds down. So we could be in purgatory here for a while, for those that are traders, short-term traders, and or waiting for your bags to pump so that you can get your Lambo and your moons and all that shit. Let's see. I think we have Monero chat. If we want to put Michael McKenna up on the screen, I guess not. I'll wait till you guys. I'll wait till you do it, Tux. Just interrupt me whenever you do it.
Oh, sorry. I was
okay.
muted.
Yeah,
there we go.
Michael's comment. Michael McKenna tipped 25 cents. Always happy to watch Monero Talk live stream. Great show, guys. Thanks a lot, bro. Really appreciate that.
Thank you for the super chat.
Really appreciate everyone that tunes in and listens to us ramble on about the Monero ecosystem, and in this case, a bunch of shitcoins and the the general ecosystem. But hopefully some of you guys get value out of it if you're degenerate traders. Okay, let's look at the shitcoins. Except for, we always say this, XMR, right? That one's not a shitcoin. The rest of them are shitcoins. No, like some of these actually have use. Link is actually a useful coin. Yeah, I know it's centralized. I know, I got it. I know ETH like has some centralization. So does BTC, right? So, anyways, yeah, nothing's happening with shitcoins. Like they're all just like slowly chopping down. Everyone's bored. FTT was supposed to continue pumping, and it came back down. Okay, nothing exciting happening. Let's take a look at the dominance here. Dominance has been an interesting chart. Let's go to the weekly because this is a dirty. I feel like it's a dirty chart. The weekly is much more clear. Actually, let's go to the 3-day. That will make the wave magic easier to see and zoom in perhaps. Okay, so yeah, Bitcoin dominance here it like fell out of its channel. Everyone was like, alt season, yeah, it's here, it's about to, and then it just got back into the channel. So I don't precisely like that, guys, to be honest. I feel like usually once people become convinced that the bull market is on, like alt season should follow pretty quickly. But maybe before getting impatient, I need to go back and take a look at 2021 and see how long it took for for the altcoins. Actually, let's just go back here and do it. We'll do it live on stream, and you guys can see if I can think on my feet or not. Okay, so this is 2021. That's right. That's when Bitcoin broke its all-time high. Right, smashed up on the dominance, and then everything came back down. So it did take about 30 weeks. No, half that, 3 days. So it did take about 14 weeks before alt season really began in earnest, right? So when exactly did Bitcoin bust its all-time high? I think it was not that long ago. It busted through in November. So yeah, it's been 2 months. Okay. It's only been like 8 weeks, 9 weeks. So yeah, I would say, I guess on second thought here, I mean, the impatient man in me wants to be like, give me my fucking degenerate gains right now. I need my shitcoins to pump. Obviously Xano, since I'm a Xano maxi now. But yeah, this looks fine. Like it could take another, let's just say like 10 weeks or 20 weeks for this thing to, for the altcoins to start pumping. The only thing that I worry about that is that, it's fucking macro crash, guys. Like the symptoms are getting worse. Everything's getting worse. Like it is coming. Like it is coming. This is not a doubt. It is just a question of when, right? So every week we're trying to like be on our feet, be on the ball, try and, know when this thing is coming. So let's take a look at the Monero transactions. That was exciting. And also the hash rate was exciting. So yeah, after a New Year's break where everyone did the drugs that they bought in the days prior, we like dropped down to 15,000 transactions. That's totally fine. Enjoy your substances, boys and girls. Probably and girl. There's like maybe 2 girls in Monero. Anyways, yeah, we pumped up to like 50,000 transactions. And okay, we're back at 30K. That's about where we were. I'll tell you what's really exciting here. XMR mining difficulty hash rate. There we go. XMR hash rate is basically setting all-time highs. So let's go to all-time. Maybe we could zoom in a little bit there. Yeah, XMR hash rate is now slightly edging higher from where it was previously. I guess that's about 3.5 gigas. Monero was doing about 3.5 gigas per day, and now it's doing like almost 4 gigas. So we want all the gigas.
There is when I added my Ryzen 970 950X 3D to the mining.
Wait, so hang on. Are there 3D processors now? Are there double layer transistor silicon?
Well, extra layers for cache.
Oh, okay. That's impressive.
Yes. So like the Ryzen 3D series has like a crap ton of L3 cache.
That's beautiful. That's what you need for AI too.
And RandomX likes it. So
how what's your hash rate?
For that one specifically, I don't remember. I think it was around let me open it right now and see.
Wait, what do you mean that one specifically? You mean you've got a whole bunch of other Ryzens running in the background?
Well, I do have other Ryzen's lower end ones that aren't as good as that one. Nearly as good.
Bro, Keck, Chad. Salute to the Monero Chad here with your shit ton of Ryzens and your 3D. I thought it was cool back in the day when I got my 24 core Ryzen, and now it's like it's nothing compared to what's out there now.
So this one I think is doing around 25,000 hashes a second.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
I thought it would be better, but maybe the extra cache isn't. I guess it peaks out right after the extra cache. You don't get that much more benefit.
Yeah, and then at some point you just need more cores and maybe even more bandwidth via RAM.
Yeah, that's the only thing about the new Ryzens is that they have the 2 different types of cores now, right? They've got like the pivot cores for, for single thread applications.
Yes. Oh, for Intel, yeah.
I thought Ryzen pivoted to that as well.
Nope, still all same core type at the moment.
Oh.
You've just got like 16 cores and then it's multi-threaded, so you got 32 threads.
Nice. Well, salute to you, sir. Thank you for pumping our hash rate. Looks like Tux Solo is about to push us over 4 gigas. So right on. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at the macro. Let's see what the macro is doing. Dollar index is just like ridiculously strong, guys. I don't like this. This is, again, it's another one of those things that's just super concerning. This thing has just been up. This is the strongest dollar action that we've had since 2022, since April of 2022. So that's concerning, and I don't necessarily see any reason why it should end. This middle line right here, I wouldn't make too much of it. It's just kind of it's just like a reference point. Dang it, sorry. Charts are being a bit slow. It's my fault because I loaded too much wave magic. Yeah, so this line right here, I wouldn't make too much of that. It's really just a reference point for action that has happened in the past 2 decades. But these lines up top, these are like literally 15-year long lines. So yeah, again, it's true because we make it true, right? We cast the spell and everyone believes it and they see the lines and everyone's like, oh my God, I better sell, right? So that's kind of how psychology works. It's not the only factor in markets, but you have to take it into account, right? Because people are looking at the same thing in a lot of cases. And so you at least need to know what the prevailing psychology of the people looking at the TA and the pleb lines are. So that's one reason we look at it. I would expect if I had to call for a spot for it to take a break, I would expect the dollar index to grab those purple lines there and then maybe have some period of chop, right there. So yeah, that's really what the dollar index looks like. It's not good. The last time that we saw the dollar index, form this bottoming pattern and then make this big pump to the upside, that was the beginning of the bear market. That was the beginning of the bear market of 2022, right here, right? So you can see, let's take a look at the bottom. See that? May 24th, 2021. We weren't at the top yet, and the dollar index was already pumping into 2022, right? And it kept pumping. And so this was one of those signs. It's like dollar strength tends to be negative for risk assets. That's the correlation there. So that was one of the signs that we were looking at back in those days, back in 2021, that told us, hey, this bull market is probably about done. Take your profits, be happy with what you got, own something and be happy, right? Otherwise, you're just going to have to ride 3 years down and learn the time value of money. Okay, let's go to the reverse repos. Reverse repos had the near spike. This happened last year too. Very interesting. I don't know what the mechanism is behind that. I'm sure it's some financial institution, something like that. Probably doing an accounting thing for end of year purposes. I don't know. That would be my best guess. But anyways, it dropped back down. Yeah, I mean it's been, I guess, overall flat, but again, this is currently $178 billion of just money that has been parked with the Fed that could hypothetically go into risk, right? That is money that could continue to pump the stock market. So even when things look retarded, even when all of like the signals are like everything is bad and you're like, it hasn't looked this bad and since 2008 for whatever creative metric that you want to look at, but then the market keeps pumping and you're like, how? Well, markets move along slow time frames and there are still mechanisms here to pump the markets. And that's one of the ways that they take people, right? It's one of the ways they encourage you from not leaving the market. They don't want you to leave the stock market. They want you in the stock market. And this is exactly what they did before the COVID. Oh, crap. Are we allowed? I think we're allowed to say that now. All of the corporate assholes are now saying that we can say that stuff. So when the economy caught a cold in 2020, they pumped the shit out of the market before that crash happened. So that pump encourages you like, oh, well, okay, we already pumped 15%. Sure, we dropped 30%, but that was after pumping 15%. So people make this decision in their mind, right? The aggregate psychology of the market is being finessed, massaged, manipulated by the powers that shouldn't be. So that's just, again, stuff to keep in mind, right? And you're keep in mind in your head when you're thinking about markets. I don't know. I'm sure we have some stock market bros here that, probably have a retirement or investment or something. Again, this line right here, as we talked about so many times, this line goes back to 1929, right? This line goes back way, 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 long time ago. And that is a headliner spot to expect resistance. So I wouldn't expect us to just smash above that anytime soon. It would be totally unsurprising that the S&P maybe just like chop sideways here for some period of time, which is interesting because that's kind of what the Bitcoin chart is also showing us. Maybe the markets are basically waiting, right? They're waiting for Trump. They're waiting for the promises and the hope and the, I guess he doesn't say change, but, he's going to make tariffs great again. So I'm sure that'll be great for markets, right? Tariffs. How bad has that ever been? And they're going to keep the income tax. So that's brilliant. Whatever. This is not here to hate on Trump, but, we'll have to wait and see how that plays out. I wouldn't say it's looking great, right? He wants to annex Canada and fill our voter rolls with leftists, but then he wants to deport the leftists. So I guess it's a net zero, but then we're going to probably annex the Gulf of Mexico. We'll have the Gulf of, how does that lower my grocery prices? Anyways, oil has been pumping lately. And right now this is probably, let's pivot here from the TA and the sort of like macro stuff. And whenever you're ready to put the super chats on, just, let me know. We have 2 of them here.
Okay, we'll go ahead and go over them real quick. I think the first one is Monero Master tipped $1 this week. I have purchased weekly groceries, paid an electric bill, ordered milk and eggs from a local farmer. Very nice. Ordered raw honey from a small business, all from XMR Bazaar. The website rocks. Good job, guys. I'll be doing a video about this soon. That's awesome, Monero Master. I'm sure Doug, if he was listening, he would be very glad to hear that you are able to buy most of your weekly items from XMR Bazaar. That's pretty sweet. And then we've got Shortwave Surfer 2009 tipped 25 cents. Thank you, sir. Aliyah is only girl in Monero. That very well might be true. And I still don't know how to properly pronounce that name.
We have Cecilia too, right?
Yes. There's
a few
couple.
We've got XLX. I always forget her name. I feel so bad. I always forget her name. The Ukrainian girl.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't have it in my head right now either. I'm really bad with names.
We've got a few. We have a lot of Monero waifus. I guess digital. We have digital women. Okay. Shamefully returning back to the price report after that. Shaming myself, of course. Okay, yeah. So these are Z scores. We haven't looked at these in a while. Oh no, wait. We said we're going to take a break from the macro. We're going to talk about some of the fundamental stuff happening here. So the LA fires, probably everyone's aware of that. There's these massive fires. It was bigger. It is now bigger than the Great Chicago Fire of whatever the year was, 100 years ago or something. Currently, it looks like it's about $150 billion in damage. At least that's what
wow,
AccuWeather is saying. And
is that greater than the fires in Hawaii, Lahaina last year?
It's way bigger. Yeah, the fires in Hawaii were like 10 billion maybe.
Okay,
this is like, it just eclipses it completely.
Wow.
Yeah, so they're evacuating more of the city now. And I mean, who knows when this fire is going to get contained, right? So who knows how big that ticket goes to, or that damage goes to. Maybe it's 300 billion, maybe it's $1 trillion, like who knows, right? It's like Australia was a couple years ago. Like it has to burn out and it has to finish itself off. Like there's nothing they can do it now at this point. Although I did see a dude that bought a pump and used his pool and saved his house by just spraying everything continually with water. So good on that guy. But yeah, this is going to affect the economy, guys. Like this is probably going to affect the unemployment numbers. There's going to be a lot more unemployed people. It's going to affect productivity, right? The productivity of LA is now like, it's going to plummet for some period of time. That will probably change after the macro crash, and then they'll fund the rebuilding of it, and BlackRock will come in and buy all the property, and maybe they'll build their high-speed rail and all this stuff. Hunter Biden's house burned down. Obviously, there's the speculation that actually, I saw a video. The guy was like, listen, if you are underwater on your car payment, I'm not here to make any suggestions. This was an Instagram video. It's like, I'm not here to suggest anything, but hypothetically, you could just park your car in the wrong spot and, get out from under that crippling auto debt. So yeah, anyways, probably there's a lot of that going around. I have to imagine that there's a lot of people with an underwater house and all kinds of other problems. I don't know. How do you, well, there's people doing arson, right? There's reports of seeing arsonists. Okay. Anyways, the point here on the price report is that this is a significant event, and this is starting to look like it could be one of those, one of the crisis, right? We've been talking about, they always have a reason for the financial crisis. The only time they didn't was 2008, but that was, the crisis was the crisis, right? The monetary system was the crisis. The banks, the housing industry was the crisis. So anyways, yeah, like maybe this could turn into that crisis. It's hard to say, especially
if it at least be a contributing catalyst towards that
Exactly.
whatever it would be.
Yeah, like this would be a major component of that. And if we see something like, if we see another fire break out in California or some other big problem, or this fire just like totally eats Los Angeles, I mean, this could be that crisis that we talked about. And then they're like, oh, but we have to print the money because we have to rebuild LA. We're not going to leave those people hanging, but they're going to print the money and give it to BlackRock, not the people whose houses burned down, because they never give the money to the people who are underwater in their mortgage. They gave it to the companies, and they wrote reserves onto their balance sheets on the reserve side of the Federal Reserve Circuit to make these big finance institutions solvent again. But they didn't give the people any money. They didn't do any debt forgiveness for the people that had the predatory loans that were done by these big fucking banks. So, anyways,
Don't
just
worry,
expect that
they'll
that's how
each
that's
get
going to play out.
$700.
Maybe they'll get 800 this time. That's like 15% more.
Big bucks.
Yeah. So yeah, that's a big deal. Another thing that we didn't talk about when we were over here on Bitcoin is that a federal court has ruled that the Department of Justice may sell off $6 billion in BTC. It was previously in limbo. I don't know who I don't know who the defendant was or the plaintiff was or whoever, but basically the DOJ wanted to sell off this Bitcoin. They couldn't. They were in court for it. Now the court has ruled that they are allowed to sell it off. That doesn't mean that they're going to sell it off right away, but maybe. I don't know if there's an appeals process. I didn't look that deeply into it, but it's a factor. I mean, I know Bitcoin is a $1 trillion market cap, but $6 billion is significant. That is a significant amount of instant liquidity. So that could affect the price, right? That could cause a fall in the price if they decide to do that. Maybe the maxis, the laser eyes, can beg Michael Saylor hard enough to take out more loans to buy that Bitcoin. I don't know.
This is the Cheetos popcorn tin Bitcoin, right? the Jimmy Zong Silk Road.
I guess
right?
I didn't know that. Okay, that's good.
I'm pretty sure that's what it's from. It's from the James Zong case. Jimmy Zong, who sort of stole 69,000 Bitcoin due to a bug in Silk Road. He managed to just have the website give him basically unlimited Bitcoin through his withdrawals. And I believe that's what the U.S. government is looking to sell off now.
Yeah, so that happened because of UTXO management. Basically, he was cashing out a little bit at a time. He was trying not to cash out too much of it. But he accidentally associated a change address UTXO to his actual to an exchange that had his actual personal identifying information. So at least in court, that was kind of the slam dunk right there. Like it's hard to argue with that because this is not complex chain analysis. This is just like simple chain analysis.
And I see people out here saying like, "Oh, but I use a new address for every time I receive." Well, it's like, okay, as soon as you spend any multiple outputs together from different addresses, you link them together irrevocably, and that could be all they need to pwn you. So I mean, yeah,
and it can happen after the fact. Like worst of all,
after the fact.
After the fact, he was safe and secure for years.
For years, yeah, like 8 years. Crazy.
So I mean, he probably should have converted a lot of that into Monero, or at least the part that he wanted to cash out for living expenses. He should have converted that into Monero, and whatever privacy coins at the time were in competition, because there was no Monero in 2012, obviously. But he really should, especially as the years rolled on, 2017, 2018, 2019. He should have converted a significant portion into Monero and cashed out that way. But, well, feel bad for the dude. I think he's either about to be out of jail or he is out of jail. They took all his money. Maybe he did convert to Monero, right? Maybe he has a stack that we don't know about, but I don't think so because that theft was that was transparent. So they know that all of those coins are basically still in those same addresses now.
Yep. And what's crazy is that he only got I think you're right. You only got a year. And I mean, a year for stealing that much Bitcoin. I mean, that's nothing. This guy was a high roller for 8 or 9 years. And now he just gets basically a slap on the wrist. And I guess it's because it's kind of he didn't technically steal it. He just took advantage of a mismanagement, right? And that might be why it wasn't that in trouble for it. But I don't know. It's crazy.
Yeah, there was definitely some unsettling legal theories that emerged from this case, and I think that the government knew that their case was problematic, so they took what they could get with Jimmy, and they just gave him a year. I think something like that is what happened. But yeah, okay, so it's that coin, it's that Bitcoin. Yeah, so that's not great for price. Previous sell-offs haven't necessarily been terrible for price. I feel like the Shit, what was that? What was the exchange that we talked about forever that finally repaid the coins? Gox.
Mount
Like
Gox.
that was so long in the tooth. And then they seemed to release it at the time that everything was pumping. So like that's when they sold the coin. So it doesn't seem like it had a huge impact on making the market look bad. Hypothetically, in the current situation that Bitcoin is in right now, unless it wants to pump again, this could cause a negative, could cause a red dildo. So just know that that's a factor out there. It could be a problem. All right, let's continue with the macro. Let's go to bonds, and we'll try and close it out here pretty quickly. Bonds. Yeah, so bonds right now are spiking. What this means is that people are dumping bonds. People are dumping the U.S. bond. Nobody wants the bond. They're all fucking selling. And so when that happens, the government, in order to meet their sales quota for the bonds that they're trying to sell, the treasuries that they're trying to sell, they have to raise the interest rates, right? The interest rate has to climb in order to encourage people to buy that bond, right? Because what do you want, a lower interest rate or a higher interest rate? Obviously higher. The same thing happened back here, back in when the economy caught a cold in 2020. You saw that, so as the Fed was already lowering rates, right about here is when the long-term end of the yield curve started pumping to the upside significantly above the federal funds rate. And then it was, let's take a measurement, from the moment that those pumped until March 3rd, that was 99 bars, so 100 days, right? If we were to overlay that exact same thing right here, this is the point where the bonds have, the long end of the curve has pumped above the federal funds rate. The yield curve is correcting back to normal. 100 days would be about March 30th. So, yeah, we could be looking at the end of March, maybe early April. Maybe that's the new target time frame for the macro crash. I feel like there's going to be people out there that don't understand, the position here because I keep talking about this and it's like, but until the signs are incipient, and I use that word a lot, but until it's like, no, this fucking thing is right here on our doorstep, right? Until that moment, it's like, okay, it should be game on or at least flat on the markets. So, and it's hard to call the exact moment that things are going to reverse. Like if you remember Michael Burry, I don't know if you guys saw the Big Short, but he was like, I might have been early, but I'm not wrong, right? And of course, the guy that was pissed off at him, he's like, it's the same thing, Michael. It's the same thing. So just know that like this is coming. There's not a question of if, it's a question of when, and we're just trying to figure out, when. So for now, I've generally tried to be on the long side of this market. I don't want to watch it pump and then, miss out on the gains. Although, keeping a good cash position is always prudent so that you can take advantage of opportunity. Typically that's if you have a little bit of extra savings, a little bit of extra investment. If you, let's suppose you got 50K, 100K as your net worth, you might want to just leave that all in the market, right? You might, unless you're actually like a trader and you do this shit, like, you pay a lot of attention to it and you really like study hard. Otherwise you probably mostly want to just hodl like most people do because the market goes up forever. Okay. So we had unemployment numbers that happened, that came out on Friday. And okay, a little tick down here. This is going to pump, guys. Like this is a foregone conclusion with what's happening in LA. Unemployment numbers are about to start to skyrocket. And that is yet again another bad sign, because when unemployment starts to spike, that is another sign of an imminent macro crash. So just know that the LA thing, we're trying to tie that into this, right? That's a fundamental event. It's a crisis type of event. And we're trying to tie that into our market analysis here. So yeah, that's what looks like is going to happen. Some people say that inflation is going to come back. It might. It probably won't come back for a couple years, because when the liquidity expansion, the intervention happens, it all goes into markets, right? So it goes into markets. The markets pump. Nobody wants to buy stuff in the real world because it's like, I'm about to get a 5x, a 10x on my, or at least a 2x if you're a stock market bro. All right, so they don't want to sell. So the inflation actually stays at bay for a period of time for the bull market. So when inflation starts spiking, that's another sign that the bull market is over. But I guess we're not quite there yet. So yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. Keep you guys apprised of what's happening in the world here. Oil has spiked a little bit. This is, again, we're looking for oil to break down for the macro crash. It is currently spiked, and that is probably also related to the LA fire as well. That's probably what's going on there. The speculators are anticipating that that oil prices are going to spike, right? Because of, the limited supply that's going to be there in San Francisco. This is just what they do with a crisis, what they always do. It doesn't matter what the crisis is. It doesn't matter if it should even be related to oil. Oil still just pumps, like the gas prices, they'll go up. So anyways, ultimately though, this will reduce demand, right? This will reduce demand for oil across an entire city that is now not using the electricity. I know it's only one city across a very large world, but that is a negative factor for the oil price in the long run. But in the short term, the speculators are driving up the price. I guess that's about it, guys. I don't see any reason to cover too much else here, unless I've forgotten something. I think we have some comments. Anon and Harold Bishop.
Yeah, we got a super chat from Anon here. Not XMR Bazaar, but this week I purchased multiple items with CakePay plus Amazon. Oh, very nice. And I also swapped some XMR using Cake Wallet / Exolix to purchase some used stuff on Reddit. Cake Wallet. Awesome. Thank you, sir. Glad to hear that. And Harold Bishop. Do you guys think with the growing strength of the dollar and the possibility of a geopolitical Black Swan event, we might have seen the crypto market top for this cycle? That would be sad if true. It's
possible. It's what it would look like is we would get like a 2020 crash, right? They would have to intervene at some point, and then the markets would start going up, and that's what will probably push Bitcoin to the upper regression boundary. So right around 200K at the end of the year is about what that would look like. So at the moment, it's difficult for me to think that there is enough liquidity and enough like just money slushing around in the system. It's hard for me to think there is enough money slushing around in the system to push Bitcoin up to its maximum fraud. We call it the maximum fraud leverage price of Bitcoin because that's literally what it is. It's like they push the shit as high as they possibly can go. They start freezing people's accounts on the exchanges so that you can't cash out to try and keep the market up as high for as long as possible. But that game only lasts so long. And this is the nature of what happens because of a centralized supply. Again, the guys that centralize supply, Bitmain and their partners with the exchanges, this is how they manage the price, right? They do these big blow off tops. They dump their bags at the top, and that creates the top, right? Like when Charlie Lee sold off his Litecoin bags back in 2017, after working with Brian, Mr. Bawdy, to add it. Not that there's anything wrong with being bald, to add it to Coinbase. So I always feel like I'm trying to put these like disclaimers and caveats when I insult people. All right. Anyways, whatever. So the point is that, I think I don't see that there's enough monetary money slushing around in the system to get us to here at this moment. But maybe, something like that. And then the macro crash. And then, and then we go up to this level and then it, pulls back. This line is solid, guys. Like this is how you make your money. This is you DCA out of Bitcoin and out of crypto when we approach that red line. And then you DCA as we approach the blue line. It's really actually pretty simple, honestly. And since assets go up forever, right? So far, this has been a good model. Now let's talk about this because I addressed this last week, but I addressed it in a way that maybe was too technical on the verbiage. This is just a statistical model. It doesn't tell you about fundamental events. It doesn't tell you if the dollar collapses or China and Russia and the United States go into a trilateral war or something. It doesn't tell you any of that. So this chart could break down. In fact, I'm telling you this chart will break down because the green line and the red lines will intersect in 2037. So it's going to break down one way or another, but it's still useful, right? It is still modeling. What we're doing is we are looking at an underlying economic process. That is the most likely thing that we're doing. And we're using statistics to identify that. Now, again, the model could break because of fundamental events, but just keep in mind that when COVID happened and they printed 25% of the M2 in 1 year, this model still held. I have not calculated this red line on the basis of this top at all. This red line was calculated, and I haven't even updated it because it hit it so perfectly that I actually don't need to update it. I should just to be, for best practices. But I used one. Let's just show you right here.
It's crazy how perfect it hit that top multiple times.
It was amazing. I used these 4 tops right here. These 4 blow off tops are what I used to calculate the red line, and then it just nailed it. So despite them, and I thought, hey, we might actually break this line because I was thinking, okay, they just printed 25% of the M2 money supply. That's a fundamental factor. Perhaps that could affect the blow off price of Bitcoin. Could be higher. It didn't. So we actually need something more severe, more drastic as a fundamental event than COVID to really do some kind of fundamental invalidation of this upper boundary here. So
sorry guys,
hopefully that makes
it's not going to $10 billion anytime soon.
Yeah, $100 trillion.
So wait, Bawdy, so if we do see like a big crash, where do you see Bitcoin bottoming out at before it starts to make its way back up?
Yeah, let's go back to. I usually use wave magic for those kind of levels. It depends. If we get like a true macro crash, I wouldn't even be surprised. I would probably expect us to hit somewhere like this, right? Maybe somewhere like that. Hypothetically, let's just add the regression on here again. Anyways, I don't know why I removed it. Hypothetically, we could go down to the green line, right? Like maybe, I don't think it would be that low. That's pretty low. Like that's 31,000. I wouldn't see Bitcoin crashing more than like 50% because that's kind of what happened when the economy caught a cold. I guess it crashed 60%. So if the same exact kind of thing happened, 60%, shit, man. Okay, maybe, right? Maybe we could touch that green line, that lower boundary. But that is just, bros, that is maximum. If that happens, that is maximum opportunity. I'm taking leverage. I'm putting big money onto leverage. Like it's happening, right? Like as long as they do the intervention, right? I'll be waiting for the Fed to be like, oh, we're going to intervene, right? And then it's buy. Just be careful about taking too much leverage because, calling those crazy red dildos and wicks, smashing the buy button at precisely the right moment when there's all that volatility. That's not necessarily an easy thing to do. So just keep that in mind.
All right. Bawdy, man, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Tux.
Good stuff as always.
Badass miners.
I'm just waiting for the scenario where everything crashes except Monero, which goes up.
I need that proper altcoin season though. This has been lame so far. Like, what is this? Never fully took over the needed crypto dominance. BTC still has maintained a high dominance so far. So the altcoin season never really took off.
Well, we as we mentioned earlier, a similar thing happened, right? When Bitcoin finally broke its all-time highs here in December, or maybe it was like November. Anyways, and Bitcoin dominance spiked, it was still 13 weeks, right? There was still a 13-week delay before, like it came back down, kind of like we had this spike and it came back down here, but it was still 13 weeks, maybe 15 weeks, 14 weeks before things actually dropped. So hypothetically, Bitcoin just hit 100K. If we go forwards here by 13 weeks, 14 weeks, we're looking at mid-February. So perhaps alt season could start in mid-February. That will be abbreviated if we get a macro crash in February. Currently, the way the bond market is behaving, the previous pattern, if overlaid on the current one, would suggest now like the end of March, early April. So perhaps we could get an alt season before the macro crash happens. I hope we do.
I mean, we have Trump coming into office, right? He's supposed to be like Mr. Bitcoin now, when he's really just he's Mr.
Money Printer. He's Mr. Money
US
Printer.
Dollar. Yeah, he's Mr. Money Printer too. So
right.
Yeah.
And at some point, all that money, like, see, the thing is, if they're just going to continue printing like insane amounts of the M2 money supply, like they did during COVID, I mean, it's not going to be as significant as it was specifically that time. But it seems like as time goes on, they just keep, doing more and more over time. Then that's going to end up going into these markets at some point, regardless. So,
yeah. Yes, I think that's what's happening.
Which money printing isn't a good thing, obviously, but it's ironic how that works. It's like, oh, eventually it'll end up in the market, and you'll air quote make some gains, and if you really take into account the inflation, it's like, okay, how much am I actually making? Yeah. But
right,
yeah,
at least it helps keep you on top of the inflation that you're forced to partake in without your will.
Yeah, exactly. We're all in that prison, and there's nothing you can do about it. So you have to play that game, or you're going to get left behind.
We have in the news today a good tweet about Milei and how he's been money printing.
Interesting.
But I'd be curious to get your take on that.
I don't know. I didn't know that. I'd like to see it.
Yeah. All right.
Supposedly, go ahead. Yeah.
No, go ahead, buddy. Finish your thought.
So they said supposedly Argentinian inflation has come down significantly. It's hard to say with all the fake news. One side says one thing, other side. But people that we know seem to be saying that, the inflation is starting to get more reasonable now.
Yeah, I thought it was a interesting take, but I don't know enough about it. But maybe we'll talk about that later on Viewers on Stage.
All right, guys.
We got one. Yeah, thank you so much, buddy. Thank you so much. Obviously, stick around if you can. Unvalued Monero tip, 50 cents. Happy New Year, everyone, at Monero Talk. Your guest today, AJS, has the same initials as my veteran motorcycle from the year 1952 from UK motorcycle shop, Andrew Joe Stevens. Maybe he's interested in buying it for Monero. Wow. I don't know. We'll ask him right after this commercial break. All right, buddy. Thank you so much, man. Let's bring up our special guest.
The Monerotopia guest segment is sponsored by Cake Wallet. Store, send, receive, and exchange your Monero and Bitcoin safely on iOS and Android too. Cake Wallet is open source, and you always control your own keys.
AJ.
AJ, what's
Hey.
going on, man?
Hey, Doug. Doing good, doing good. How about yourself? Getting plenty of sleep these days?
Yeah, it was a late night last night. I had a 4 a.m. session.
I could imagine.
But yeah, no, she's awesome. But when she wants something, there's no stopping her. She's very loud. She's
Yeah.
a very loud
But-
baby, which is good. It gets you right into action. You're like, all right, what do you need? What do you need, baby?
Well, that's a benefit of experience, man. So it's not your first rodeo.
Yeah. Yes. It's usually thankfully they're never really crying for no reason, right? You just gotta figure out what it is. But yeah, AJ, what do you think, man? Are you in the market for a 1952 motorcycle? The Andrew Joe Stevens? I don't even know what that is. Sounds amazing. And he's selling it for Monero.
Yeah, if it's a good deal, DM me.
He should put it up on XMR Bazaar, man, if it's not already.
Yeah, definitely.
I will
definitely.
be buying a motorcycle with Monero at some point. That was like literally one of the reasons I started XMR Bazaar. So at some point I will be fulfilling that. I don't know
Didn't
when.
you have
I've seen a few...
a car up? Like you had an issue with your car and you were looking for a mechanic. Did you ever get that sorted out?
No, that never came to fruition. Nobody. I almost had some guy in New Hampshire that's supposed, but like I wasn't able to make it work.
Yeah, but you did get a pizza out of it.
I've been getting pizzas on a weekly basis. I have a pizza connection. Pesto margarita with pepperoni, my go-to.
Wow. That's nice. That's nice.
So yeah, man, what's going on? I know you wanted to come on. You're usually always trying to stay behind the scenes, and I appreciate that. So I appreciate the fact that you're willing to come out here. AJ is an OG in Monero land, that's for sure. One of the first people that I have gotten to know, outside of the internet, right, from the earlier days. Awesome dude. He was a tremendous help at Monerotopia this year, running the AV, but he's also the guy that runs the MoneroCon. I think, well, you didn't run the first one, but I think you still helped with that. I think you may have run the AV for that or something. I don't remember, but you've been heavily involved in MoneroCon from the early days, and now you're the guy who runs it. And yeah, he wanted to come on, have the stage. I think we talk about how MoneroCon is funding. There was some FUD this week. I think that came about because of the debacle that we were having between us and the Bawdyanarchist guys. So yeah, man, stage is all yours.
All right, thanks for offering a platform. So yeah, I'm usually not really a person that likes to be up in front. I prefer being in the backstage and working on things and contributing to the best of my ability. So I've been around for a while doing stuff here and there. I'm not the main MoneroCon guy, but I am someone that has been helping move that project forward. The first one was in 2019.
Yeah, you've definitely been the project manager, the lead, right? You're getting it up and going. But go ahead.
Yeah, I get obsessive at times, so I can I can admit to that. But it is a team effort. We do have a group of contributors. Like for the upcoming one, I'm actually stepping back and letting the other contributors take a more direct role in organizing and having a more direct role in actually carrying it out. So I'm hoping that for 2025, I'll be just a attendee and get to watch some of the talks. I know you have that problem, Doug. That you're always running around putting out fires. You really don't have time to enjoy the conference.
Yes, I haven't. Well, we will obviously like to try to evolve towards that as well, right? Being a little bit more decentralized, perhaps, and where I could be less involved and it can kind of run itself, ideally, but. Definitely not there yet. I'm very much manning the ship. It's like the bird hasn't left the nest yet, right?
Yeah. What helped a lot is doing the event at the same location. This is going to be the third year doing it in Prague, So you have that institutional knowledge where you have the same people volunteering. Everybody knows what needs to be done.
Exactly.
And originally the idea of MoneroCon was to be a traveling circus. Just going from city to city. The first one was in 2019 in Denver, Colorado. That was headed up by one of the Monero Research Lab. I think it was Brandon.
Brandon.
No, it was Brandon actually initiated that. Sarang. Yeah. So he actually initiated the whole concept of MoneroCon, where you can get researchers and developers to come together and actually share ideas and actually I think that's one of the big benefits of having these types of conferences, Monerotopia, MoneroCon, where you actually have people that you interact with online. It doesn't really beat meeting someone face to face and just having that in-person interaction. I really like seeing developers, researchers in the corner having a beer, hammering out a problem. That's beautiful. I like seeing that. And that's something that you don't get in the virtual space. So I think having in-person events is actually essential for building up that rapport and that trust between developers and researchers. And I think it's an essential part in building a community. So so the initial idea
was it's one of the best parts, right? Too, like what are we all doing here if we're not, living among each other, right? We're creating this community, this opt-out community.
Yeah.
So it kind of come together in the physical.
Yeah, it's definitely very satisfying because you spend most of the time online interacting with people, and having something physical, some physical interaction, and that's meeting people. I think that's just a different experience in getting involved in such a project and such an initiative of like what Monero is trying to do in terms of having digital cash. And that's what brought me to Monero. It's the idea of private electronic peer-to-peer cash. And I think that's what binds a lot of people in this community, even though might have different political beliefs, different ideologies. I think one thing that brings us together is the idea that we need to have a digital form of censorship resistant digital cash. In my opinion, I think that's Monero, hands down, and nothing beats it. Now you do have these other projects, Xano and Tari. They're platforms, they're products. They're not. I think they're not really targeting the idea of peer-to-peer digital cash. I'm not interested in those types of things. I'm here for digital cash, and that's my main interest, and that's my main focus. And so back to the idea of a traveling circus. So originally it was in Denver, Colorado. Then after that event, we started planning as a group for Berlin, and that got canceled because of COVID. This was 2020, 2021.
That's when I started up Monerotopia, because we hadn't had a conference in so long. I was like, we're doing one in Miami. That's literally what spurred Monerotopia.
Yeah, so in Europe, they were really, really clamping down on events. So we had everything planned. We were, about to pull the trigger and, start, paying sponsors. I mean, like taking sponsorships and start paying vendors. And the event is just at the last minute. They're like, no public gatherings. So we had to cancel Berlin. And for 2021, it was the same thing. They were just clamping down. And 2022, we started looking at how things were looking in Europe, and at the time Portugal was looking good because they started opening up and they started doing events there, and they were not as restrictive as Germany and some other European countries. So we decided to do it in Lisbon. So that event was actually headed up by MIDI Poet. So I did. That's when I started really getting involved and helping with organizing and. Being an AV guy, I did help with the AV in Lisbon. So
yes,
after
I forgot MIDI Poet ran Lisbon. And he did a great job. That was a great one. That was fun.
Yeah,
they were all great, man. The first one was
Oh.
amazing because it was the first, right? Like the one in Denver. I mean, you can never reenact that.
Yeah.
Just the fact that it was the first, and we had the after party at the Casa de Monero. We rented that Airbnb.
Yeah, I
Saeed
remember that,
and
yeah.
then we threw a. It was amazing. It was that is the vibe that we're trying to maintain. You're trying to maintain it with MoneroCon. We're Monerotopia. We're trying to do this. There's a lot of overlap there. They're basically I see it as Monerotopia becoming more and more like MoneroCon, and MoneroCon becoming more and more like Monerotopia. It's like it's a digital cash conference. Obviously, there's elements of having people actually use it with the marketplace, all these things. And MoneroCon has really set the standard for the way things should be from like a research perspective and like taking an honest approach to projects, right? Monerotopia a little more zany, right? Because it's not completely controlled by the community, right? It has my influence on it, and I think that gives me some like creative abilities, but like people. There's advantages there, but essentially they very much function the same way. I mean, tons of community involvement in Monerotopia itself. We get sponsors, you get sponsors. But yeah, I mean, the only thing that, I enjoy MoneroCon more than Monerotopia in many ways because I get to go and be there and just participate in it, and it's a fantastic experience, really. You guys are just improving it year to year.
Yeah. Oh, this was my first time last year was the first time at Monerotopia. And actually, I'm very jealous that you were able to get so many merchants to accept Monero. I'm like, oh, we definitely need to replicate this at MoneroCon. We need to get people and together selling stuff for Monero. And
Exactly.
I think that's actually one of the standout aspects of Monerotopia that really stayed in my mind was the market where you can just buy stuff with Monero, and that's like that's totally awesome. That's really cool. And yeah, so one of the reasons I came up was this issue about sponsorships, right?
Yes.
These events are expensive. For MoneroCon 2023, this is the first time that actually took more of a leading role in organizing in Prague. That event, the venue itself, cost about 60,000 euros for 3 days. Then you have to think about AV, suppliers in terms
flying the speakers in. That's like a major expense, right?
Yeah,
like people don't really, because that's something they don't really like see. Like they're there at the event.
Yeah.
Not everybody gets flown in, right? There's different deals with different, but like if you're like any Monero dev that's presenting on our stage, we give them a reimbursement, right? Like there's a lot of people that get reimbursed, and that adds up very fast when you're giving.
Yes, definitely.
Right? Yeah.
So for the first MoneroCon and the second, and actually partially the third as well, they were subsidized with CCS.
Yes.
So there was a crowdfunding initiative. So for the first one, it was mostly, I would say, maybe 80-90% covered by CCS. The second one in Lisbon, I would say probably around the same amount. So for the first event, the CCS was about $50,000-$60,000. Then there was a market crash right out in 2019. So it actually ended up being a negative in terms of the amount of money that generated in terms of ticket sales and stuff. I think they were in the hole for like $30,000, and those. I think there was a crowdfunding initiative to help cover that, but maybe Brandon ate that. Yeah. So that and also the issue with Havana, where you're able to raise a lot of XMR, and all your invoices, all your expenses is in fiat. It's really dangerous to be sitting on cryptocurrency because you're basically playing the market when you're responsible for paying these bills. So that's actually one thing that we do with MoneroCon is that as soon as we receive sponsorship payments in Monero, we'll convert a percentage of it, 60%, 70%, into a stable coin, because we can see the bills that are adding up, and we can kind of estimate how much we need to pay out within the next few months. So we try not to game the market, and we do need to pay the bills within a certain time frame. So we try to hedge that by having a small percentage in Monero and the rest in a stable coin. We do use a multi-sig wallet. So I'm one of the signers, and two other co-organizers are also co-signers. And we do have a voting process. So if there's an invoice to be paid, we have weekly meetings, the invoice is proposed. If there's any objections or any questions, that gets answered. Everybody gets a chance to comment, to vote. If it's approved, then it's paid. So there's a review process. There's I try to keep it as democratic as possible, given that a lot of the money is crowdfunded, and I do want to have community input and participation, since it is a community event. So that is a little bit different, I think, from Monerotopia, because I think for Monerotopia, you kind of have the ability to make the decisions, to pay invoices, and do things more directly.
We never did a Monero CCS, so we never get funding from the community, right? So, which I always saw as like, and that's why I brought MoneroCon into the debate a little bit this week, because I was getting attacked for having sponsors, right? But we don't take community funding, so we have to fund this event. We need sponsors, right? You may not love every sponsor we have. You may not want to buy the coin of the company or the project, right? And that's fine. But realize that, like you said, we have bills to pay, and it works. We've proven that this model works. Knock on wood, we didn't lose money when we started throwing Monero. We figured out, and that's why I say MoneroCon becoming a little bit more like Monerotopia, because it's real, it needs sponsors. And so when Mud was getting slung at me for having Xano as a sponsor, I was like, well, you do realize MoneroCon takes sponsors too from alternative cryptocurrency projects, right? And so that's actually right, I guess, is why you're here this week. And so ultimately, it's like, what I think what you're saying, I know what I'm certainly saying is, guys, if you want to see these events happen, you have to be okay with the fact that there's going to be sponsorships. Obviously, we need to, choose if you don't like Monerotopia because they're associating with sponsors you don't like, then by all means. But realize these things wouldn't exist but for that. And then even MoneroCon itself, it can't just be, it's no longer purely funded by the community. That wasn't working, right? That model wasn't working. And we want a model where it's self-sufficient and it's, pure market capitalism. This thing exists because there's an actual need for it. People want it. They're willing to pay for it. Sponsors are willing to pay to be a part of it. It shouldn't be like a loss to the community when we do it. That's just a bad sign, right? That just means it's like not a good product. So I don't know. People need to be okay with this, but go ahead and say more on how you guys do your sponsorships and whatnot, if you want to get into that.
Yeah, sure. Just the point is that for 2019, 2022, and 2023, those events were subsidized by CCS community funding. Even with community funding, we still had sponsors for those events. What changed in 2024 is that for 2024, we didn't have any CCS, and it was purely 100% sponsors and tickets that covered the cost.
That's Monerotopia's business model, same business model at that point. Right.
Yeah. So last year was the first year where we didn't tap into community funds. And I think that was the initial idea of MoneroCon, is that it shouldn't be a drain on the community funds. It should actually, I think an idea that it would be self-sufficient, profitable to a certain extent, and that that there would be enough funds to actually contribute back in funding CCS proposals. Of course, that didn't happen the first year, and the second and third, it basically broke even. So last year was the first year where we brought in sponsors. We did not take community funding, and we were able to not only break even, but I think we had a surplus of 5,000-6,000 euros that rolls over to this year. So yeah, we basically have to pick our poison. It's either community funding being a drain on limited resources that are available, because it's mostly wells that are contributing to, I think, to these big CCS proposals. And in my opinion, CCS should be more for development. We have, huge updates coming down the line, and I think those community funds should be more focused towards development. So for these types of events, they need to be sustainable. They cannot be a charity case. And I agree with you. If the market doesn't fund it and it's not sufficient, then it just shows that there's no demand for it. So last year, exactly, we were able to show that there is a demand, and actually a number of attendees did increase. The year before, there was approximately 200, 250, and the prior year. And this past year, we hit the 300 mark in terms of attendees. So you do see an uptick of attendees, and I think we're at a point where we can grow even larger in Europe, and it being self-sustainable. But the problem is, it might not be necessarily a problem for some, but it might be a problem for people who disdain taking money from pre-mined, insta-mine projects. Is that how can we, finance the thing? The tickets alone do not pay for the event.
Yeah, and we want to keep the ticket prices low, like relatively low. Although people are saying we should raise them, like it doesn't make. But we want at least some level of ticket that makes it very accessible to anybody that if they have an interest in digital cash, basically they should be able to go in for free. Or we don't want to be missing out on that person not being able to be there, right?
Yeah, and you have local tickets, so
exactly.
You want the event to be accessible. And for MoneroCon, that's the same thing. You look at events like BTC Prague and BTC ETH Prague or whatever. Those tickets are damn expensive. They're like 300, 400 euros just for a few days.
To get told to hodl, buy more Bitcoin. It's like you don't have to go there. You already know what they're gonna what the message is.
Yeah,
to hang out with a bunch of other people who are like hodl.
Yeah, so this is not a for-profit enterprise. This is outreach. We're trying to educate the public, and ticket prices need to be reasonable. We do have student tickets. If you're not able to pay 120 euros, you can pay 30 euros. There's also the idea of doing day tickets, just for people that want to come for particular days to hear particular talks. So you cannot raise funds to pay for the event from tickets alone. Right? You don't want to be a drain on community funds. So what else is there? Yes, there's t-shirts, there's merch, right? But we give away merch, we give away t-shirts. So the other option is just to take money from sponsors. But one thing we do try to do is that when we do consider a sponsor, we do have a policy that has been agreed upon, that if they're obviously a fraudulent organization, if it's a controversial organization, we're going to pass sponsorship. The sponsors proposals for sponsorship are also voted on within the MoneroCon meetings. And if it's not an obvious scam, it's not an obvious dodgy company, then they could potentially be a sponsor. But for Bitmain came to MoneroCon. They wanted to sponsor MoneroCon.
And they sponsored Monerotopia.
and we actually declined their sponsorship because there was some controversy about them, and like
I
the
thought it
MoneroCon
was that you weren't
organizers.
able to land the deal. It was that you guys declined them.
We declined them. Then there was also a side deal where one of the Monero community members tried to sell badges branded by Bitmain, but that's something separate, not related with MoneroCon. But MoneroCon as a group, Bitmain was proposed and voted down. There was also another pre-mined project that wanted to be a sponsor. I don't remember the name, but it was some Monero fork that had a huge pre-mine, and that was voted down as well. So there is a vetting
I gotta say, with the
process.
Bitmain thing, this is a different story than what you had told me when I was at MoneroCon last year.
Yeah.
And you just said the deal fell through. You guys, because Bitmain tried to sponsor Monerotopia last year, which was before MoneroCon, and they just took us on a wild. Like I talked about all the time on the show, like they want to sponsor, but we can't trust them. We don't know if they're actually going to close the deal. And they never closed the deal. We had to send them multiple contracts, different versions, this, that. Like, it was like, all right. And then when I saw you at MoneroCon last year, you said, yes, they did the same exact thing to us. They've done it already. Like, and yeah, we weren't able to close the deal. I didn't know it was that you made it sound like it was the same situation where a deal was just never obtained. And then this year at Monerotopia, I didn't, honestly, same thing. We were just like, yeah, sure, whatever. Like, sponsor. And then, we're like, conversation over. If you want to sponsor, send us the money. And they did. But,
it was down the wire. It was very last minute, from what I understand.
Yes. But I didn't realize, because you didn't make that was in the story last year at MoneroCon that MoneroCon denied the sponsorship. Is that the case?
The case was that we were in talks with them, and they were interested, and we did have online meetings. We had discussions. We spoke with their sales team. It looked like we were going to close a deal with them, but then we put it to a vote. I'm pretty sure there's logs somewhere out there.
Oh yeah, but that
yeah.
wasn't what I heard last year. I thought it was just a drop, because they would promise, and not commit.
Yeah, that wasn't our experience. Well, the main point was that when it comes to sponsorships, that there's a vetting process, and we don't automatically accept sponsors. And the other contributors, the other organizers, do have a say and do vote on potential sponsors, whether or not to take them on. So that is a little difference.
And the difference is it's me. Obviously, we have our own vetting and decision making, right? If somebody wants to come and they, we're not going to allow anything to be a sponsorship of Monerotopia, but something like Bitmain, and we talked about it openly on the show, why not? Like, here's a company that's claiming to have built Monero ASICs. Come tell us about it. Please come tell us how you figured out how to build a Monero ASIC, and you want to pay us as well to be on. Please, by all means, come support the Monero community and tell us how you built Monero ASICs. Was my take on it. Like, okay, did they take advantage of Bitcoin in the early days? Yeah,
perhaps, most likely.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't see why then we can't benefit from the windfall that they got. At least it's now going towards the Monero community, right?
Well, you could probably have the same justification with these pre-mine Instamine projects. They're like, especially if they're inspired or forked from Monero, they're taking value from Monero. So if they want to give back in the form of sponsorship, why not? If it's a form of contributing, right?
So you guys have Firo, but you guys wouldn't put him into that category. But while Narrow Guy does, or he puts him into the scam category to the point where doesn't want to participate in MoneroCon. So he's saying you're not even going far enough. Like, you shouldn't even have projects like Firo involved. But yet, like, would you guys have DarkFi or once DarkFi's or Tari? Will you have Tari? Tari has a dev
30%,
tax, right?
I think they
Right?
didn't they have like or they're planning. I'm not sure if they're mainnet yet, but I think there was discussions about doing like a 30% Instamine.
And hasn't Tari sponsored MoneroCon?
Yeah, well, since day one, the very first.
Oh no, because I thought you
MoneroCon
said
in
you're
Denver.
not taking you're not taking projects with the pre-mine. What was the
No,
did you
well, I think the idea is that there's going to be a voting process, and if it appears that they're fraudulent and they're not forthcoming and they're not they're actively hiding the fact that they're doing a pre-mine or insta-mine. But like,
so
if you
would
have,
would MoneroCon take a sponsorship from Xano? Like Firo's up there. Is there any reason why MoneroCon wouldn't accept Xano as a sponsor?
well, that's the thing, is that I cannot say yes or no. There's a voting
up to the-
process. Yeah. So So for any sponsor, Tari, DarkFi, whichever project that would like to sponsor MoneroCon, there will be a discussion.
Right. So I'm just saying it's a little.
yeah.
It's interesting that the community was fine with Tari, right?
Yeah.
And I have nothing against Tari. Tari comes sponsor Monerotopia. Like I put them in the same category.
Yeah.
As so, but they would be against Xano, right?
Yeah. Well, the thing with these types of projects like Tari, Xano, I really don't see them as cryptocurrency projects. I see them as companies. They have a CEO, they have a hierarchical structure, they have a business product that they're offering, either a platform or
Right.
I think there was a encrypted messenger cryptocurrency project. I forgot the name of it. And that was partly financed through offering these types of tokens. So I see these more as utility tokens and not really cryptocurrencies. And they're, in my eyes, I think they're just businesses. They're startups. They're companies.
To be clear, they are potentially sponsors for MoneroCon, depending on how the community votes. Like we've seen you guys been okay with Tari.
Yeah.
You've been okay with Firo. Xano, but Xano wasn't. Xano, you're saying wasn't a sponsor. I thought they were last year.
Well, like just to highlight this point is that it doesn't matter if it's a pre-mine, insta-mine cryptocurrency project or whatever alternative funding mechanism that project has. There will be a voting process. There will be, the sponsor would be proposed, and then it would be up to the people that are organizing the event to either thumb up or thumb down that potential sponsor. So that there is a process. Now, the question, would Xano be a sponsor? Was Xano a sponsor last year? Kind of, I would say, but not really, in the sense that we did not receive funding or any type of funds from Xano, but they did co-hosted the hackathon that we did last year. And I was really trying to get other projects to participate and just to have developers, in the same room working on things. And they did offer a bounty for Xano specific code. And I think there was a winner for their specific project, and we did, we didn't bar them from participating.
So they sponsored the hackathon, right? Like, I mean,
yeah.
Right?
So you could say that they sponsored the hackathon.
Like we had coin cards sponsored our hack, right? Like,
yeah,
it could have been Xano, but it was coin cards. Yeah.
But we didn't receive any direct payment from them, right? Okay. So the bounty that was offered went directly to the developer.
Yeah, I got you.
So that's why I said it's kind of sort of quasi, I would probably sponsor. And that was just like an experimental arrangement, because we never did a hackathon. I think it's actually the very first Monero hackathon that I think you guys brought up the idea, I think initially, with the idea of doing a hackathon. But
you guys executed on it and you had it last year. Yeah.
Unfortunately, it just it didn't pull enough developers, so we're not going to do it this year because it's just an extra expense. Yeah. We did have to rent out a section of the venue, and it just doesn't make sense doing it again with low participation.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you on that. I think we're gonna try to. We might adjust stars. I have some ideas. I mean, make it just very focused around the marketplace itself.
Yeah.
And working on projects that help improve the actual marketplace during the event.
Yeah, I think that's a very,
essentially
very,
make that the hackathon.
Yeah, I think that's the strength of Monerotopia, of having that outlet for merchants. But yeah, so I just want to
so no Xano, man. I don't know. So well, has a decision been made yet? Like if Xano wants to sponsor MoneroCon this year, I guess it hasn't been voted on yet.
No, it hasn't. And I think this is actually
I don't think they would take it this year.
I think there's an issue actually that people that's currently organizing MoneroCon, that's one of the issues that were talked about. I haven't seen the outcome of the meeting, but I'll look at the logs, see what they talked about, and see what direction they're taking, whether or not. But I'm thinking that it shouldn't be a problem as long as the project is straightforward with what they're doing. So Tari is pretty straightforward. To a certain extent, DarkFi is also somewhat forward that they're going to have a pre-mine. So I think as long as the projects are honest and they're not trying to hide the fact that they're insta-mined or pre-mined, the market and the people that participate can either buy it or not. It's a free market. People can have an option to hop on or just ignore it. Like from my perspective, I really don't care about these projects. My only focus is Monero.
While Narrow Guy does not agree with you, John Murphy is no longer attending MoneroCon because it's sponsored by Furo. Like, come on, man. Furo like contributes back to Monero in terms of the the research they did. Obviously, we're not implementing Seraphis right anymore because it's obsolete with full chain membership proofs. But the work that they were doing there that essentially became Seraphis, and they were ahead of Monero, my understanding, kind of in research, and it was more us taking from them in terms of the breakthroughs that were being made on that. Like, how do you discount that, right? And you shouldn't without even getting into whether or not they're honest that they're they've contributed. And that's my argument too with Xano. Like, how could you be so fundamentally against a project that's led by literally the Satoshi Nakamoto of Monero? Like, he was part of that. It was him and Nicholas Van Saberhagen. They created the first implementation of the Monero code, what became Monero. Like, how could you be against like having those people involved in a Monero conference, right? But while Naro is okay, right? Like, only while Naro could be your sponsor is essentially John Murphy's argument in terms of cryptocurrencies. It's only Monero or while Naro. I don't think he'd be okay with pretty much any other, or maybe Grin. He'd be okay with Grin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's the issue of being an idealist or being just practical about the situation. If you want to be a purist, Monero only type event, then we would have to tap into community funds, and that, in my opinion, that's just a drain. And so these things, so these things do need to be self-sufficient, and unfortunately, do you want to win?
It makes for good conferences too, man, right? Like, we want the Xano project there having this debate. Like, it's interesting. These guys, it's not just some like dead project or like Furo, right? They're actually doing work on stuff. We want them to have input. Like, we know Monero. We've heard Monero. It's getting full shit. Like, we want to hear what are other people like trying that they think might be even better arguably than Monero, right? And we obviously say, no, Monero has a network. But they think there's some technological reason that this thing might be better. Let's hear why. Maybe we then adopt it in Monero, right? And the only way for us to fully like understand that is to have the people working on it come talk about it. Maybe proof of stake on Monero is an interesting concept. What better people to hear from than the people that are doing it on a crypto protocol, right?
Well, what I've observed is that you do have developers from different projects being cordial and talking to each other and sharing ideas. I think when it comes to developers and cryptographers, I don't think they're as tribal as quote unquote crypto people. And these events actually, I think, besides being an event for people to meet and share ideas, is also to allow these cryptographers and developers and You might have people from Zcash. You might have people from, doing stuff on Ethereum privacy. They have different interests, different ideas, different ways of doing things, but there's a common goal of achieving privacy. So I think there's the possibility that even if you have these different projects, different ideas, different allegiance, let's say, there's always the possibility that, they might have a perspective, an idea that you never really thought about, and it allows for that insight to advance the technology, to take things forward. And I think that's something that is very important. Not to be a closed loop echo chamber. You do need dissenting ideas. You do need people with different perspectives in order to have a fruitful environment, I think.
For sure. Should we bring up the idea that we might have a little satellite event to Monero this year? Should
go for it. Give a rundown.
Yeah, so we're thinking this year. I mean, MoneroCon is doing its thing. Its date has been set for quite some time. Highly recommend people get over there if they can. It's amazing. I'm not going to be able to make it, mostly because we have our newborn here, and so I'm not really in a position to run over to Europe this summer. But happening the same time as MoneroCon is PorcFest. And as a lot of you know, I go to PorcFest, been going for years, doing a little Monero table there, selling coffee for Monero, onboarding people to Monero, going around to all the vendors. Last year's we were quite coordinated. We had a nice tent, and we went around and got all the vendors that weren't yet accepting Monero to accept Monero. We had talks at the tent, and this year we're thinking of ramping it up and kind of having a mini Monerotopia at PorcFest. We're getting teaming up with Aaron Day. It's not all completely in the works yet, so I hesitate at giving out details. But basically, idea being we're going to ramp up what we do at PorcFest. It's going to overlap with MoneroCon. I used to think of this as like, oh no, this is bad. I have to choose between one or the other. But we're going to try to make lemonade out of lemons here and just make it one big cohesive thing. So we'll stream the MoneroCon talks at PorcFest at our tent. So people at PorcFest in the morning can come watch Luke Parker, give a talk on full chain membership proofs. Thousands of people attend PorcFest. And then we're hoping to do the same and broadcast some of our larger talks to MoneroCon. I don't want to reveal too much, but there's rumor that Ross Albright might be attending PorcFest if all goes well and he gets out. That might be one of the places he shows up at. He would be Aaron Day has a relationship there, and so he would be involved in this tent that we're doing. Roger Ver as well. We're hoping to get. So it would be great to be streaming those talks over to MoneroCon, and MoneroCon seeing what's happened at PorcFest really has become a little Monero conference on its own. Obviously, it's all cryptos, right? It's not maxi at all, but just through the nature of Monero and the fact that it is the best form of digital cash, pretty much anybody that's accepting crypto at PorcFest at least also accept Monero, and most of them prefer Monero. So it's not to be overlooked. We're here doing our conferences, trying to create these scenarios. It's already happening organically at PorcFest. And I think it's great if we can work together and have two simultaneous Monero events taking place.
Yeah, and I think the time difference actually works for our favor, because if during the time that MoneroCon is the time that we have the talks, that would be I think about 4 a.m, 5 a.m. till noon, and then if you start doing talks at PorcFest, that would be about 6 p.m, 7 p.m. Prague time. So from 7 p.m.
Perfect.
Yeah, so from 7 p.m. till midnight, can potentially broadcast live from PorcFest. So very similar to what we did with the soccer deal last year. That was a lot of fun.
And we'll have the same thing going on our end. So the morning sessions from early morning, people that are because people camp at PorcFest, so they'd be waking up, coming into the Monerotopia tent or whatever it becomes called, the privacy tech tent, and they'll be able to watch the MoneroCon live streams in the morning before we get our day started at like noon or something.
And I mean,
Yeah.
PorkFest doesn't totally, or MoneroCon doesn't totally overlap with PorkFest, does it? Or does it partially
No,
overlap
it's
this year?
Well, it overlaps at when PorkFest is at its height. So PorkFest starts on a Monday, and it starts to get large on like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, which is when MoneroCon is taking place, right? Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Okay, so they effectively are at the... Okay. A little disappointing. I was hoping to try and trail both this year, but that might not be happening.
Yeah, it's good. It's pretty much I've tried to do it in years past.
We're basically on the
one
same
or the other.
weekend.
Yeah, and I've always been like, God damn it, why isn't MoneroCon move their event? Like, but this year it's like, you know what? It is what it is. Let's actually make the best of it. And I think it's gonna be great because there are a lot of people that go to PorkFest that can now, rather than just hearing us superficially talking about Monero, now they're watching a Luke Parker live talk in the morning, right? To really go like deep dive. So
Yeah, what would be amazing is if we can get a Q&A sorted where people from there can ask questions, and have someone in Prague ask the speakers the questions. So kind of what you were trying to do in Monerotopia with the remote talks. I think we can definitely try to do something like that where we can get like 1 or 2 volunteers to act as the mod for questions.
that would be amazing. That'd be amazing.
So it'd be more interactive, I think.
Yeah. And I think you wanted to mention too, with what you guys are doing for the marketplace, the project you're working on to try to a community project that's been funded that you're trying to basically have live by MoneroCon, right? You want to get into that?
Yeah, sure. So it's called XMR POS, not piece of shit and not proof of stake, but it's
we presented it on this show before a couple of weeks ago.
Yes, I'm going to bring that up on the news again. But yeah, very good.
Yeah, so one of the friction points that I noticed at MoneroCon was with accepting payments. We had a food truck there. I tried getting the guy set up with Cake Wallet, but it's just someone that is not really into crypto, really doesn't really understand the basic concepts. Trying to explain what is a wallet, what is a private key, why do you need to back up your seed, which is helpful. But sometimes merchants really don't care about the technicalities. They just care about making money, of course. So I was trying to come up with a possible way where they're able to accept crypto where they don't necessarily need to know anything about crypto. So you have these devices that are widely available. You can buy them on Amazon. You can find them on AliExpress, and they're really cheap. They're like $100. And these are point of sale devices with a printer and an NFC scanner. And they're usually used for gift cards, credit cards, and there are apps specifically with different payment processors that can operate on these devices. But I didn't see anything that was specifically aimed for cryptocurrency. So I proposed a bounty to develop an Android app that would be able to take advantage of some of the internals of these devices, the NFC and the printer, in order to have a more streamlined process of accepting Monero. So we have a proof of concept. If you go to MoneroCon's GitHub profile, we have a repo there, XMR POS. And I've uploaded a test app, so you can even install it on your Android app if you just want to play around with it. Or you could order one of these devices from Amazon in order to test the functionality. And it connects with Monero Pay. So what would be a lot more interesting is if we get a Monero Nodo going, these devices can actually be paired with Monero Nodo. So you're self-hosting your own node. You're connecting to this POS system, and the POS system is not a wallet. The wallet stays in your Nodo, right? Because when you can connect to Monero Pay, Monero Pay is a supported app, I believe, in Monero Nodo. So you can have that at home. You can have it at some secure location, and you can do a secure remote connection to that and use this PO system. So the benefit of that is that you can give it to your employees, right? Your employees don't have to know anything about crypto. If they steal a device, there's no private keys on there, so you're not gonna lose your crypto if you do that. So I think it is something that is very helpful, and I'm trying to get it further developed.
So wait, so it's not using BTC Pay server, it's just using Monero Pay, correct?
It's using Monero Pay.
Okay.
So it's interacting with the API of Monero Pay.
Okay, great. I love the Monero Pay people. They were great at Monerotopia this year. Such young, energetic, super smart.
Oh, they're awesome. They're awesome.
Anarchists that are like down to build anything. So we'll obviously, I'll try to get the Nodo over there too in some fashion, just so it could be there. And like if people like at Monerotopia, a lot of people were connecting to the Nodo just to run their wallets, their cake wallets. So at least have it there in that fashion. But would it work? It wouldn't be like everybody would be able to attach their devices to the Nodo, right? So each device is going to have to be set up. Like when you set up like the guy who's selling jerk chicken, you're going to give him the device ready to go, but you had already created a wallet for him separately. And then
so that's actually
how you doing that?
That's actually one of the open issues that we have that needs to get resolved. Is right now the way that it's designed, it's one wallet with Monero Pay. So if you have multiple vendors sharing one node,
right?
Currently you cannot create mini wallets. So the open issue is to allow accounts. So within Monero Wallet, you can use the same wallet and have sub accounts. So that's not currently supported, but that is an open issue. So once that is implemented, it would be possible to share a common Monero Pay server and have that RPC wallet create accounts for each specific vendor. So at the end of the day, they can cash out if they want to, sell their XMR. So we can, within the app, you can say account 1 is for vendor X, account 2 is for vendor Y. So at the end of the evening, when you're cashing out, you can see all the accounts, you can see all the different XMR balances for each account. And so they can so that would require someone to administer the Monero Nodo. So there is some administration.
And would they all be under one private key?
Well, the devices themselves don't have any key information.
So no, I know. Those just have view key. Yeah, they just have view keys, essentially. They're using Monero Pay. But will there be a separate private key associated to each account? Or you're saying one private key and then...
One private key, and it's centralized with Monero Pay server, which is one RPC wallet. But the vendors themselves wouldn't have access to any keys, because if you look at the settings... it only connects to the server. It only connects directly to the server.
But I'm trying to say who has the key? The guy who set up the Nodo, the Monero Pay, and BU essentially would have the private key, and then you'd be handing out these devices with the Monero Pay built in with the view key on it, and keeping it. So it is centralized. It is centralized,
but it would smooth out the way people are able to interact with merchants. Because that's the issue that we had with MoneroCon, is that if you have the burger guy with his own cake wallet, and you have the jerk chicken guy with his own wallet, and they don't know how to operate these things, and it just becomes a friction point, I think. So in an event setting where you have a event organizer, they can be your Uncle Jim, I think that's what it's called, that does all the technical things in the back end and says, look, here's the device. You don't have to know anything about crypto. At the end of the evening, we'll cash you out if you want cash, if you want Mexican pesos, if you want Czech crown, or if you want Monero, here's we can see what your balance is, and we can just pay you the Monero.
I gotta say, I like the idea of getting them using their holding their own keys, because you're turning them into a Monero person at that point, right? And
Right.
you know,
No,
like I try to picture this at Monerotopia, and yeah, I don't think this would work at Monero. Like at least at MoneroCon, you're among like I don't know, yeah. I don't think we'd be able to get the vendors. It would be very hard to scale that up and run that. And I do like the idea that they leave with Monero on their phone, right? They have their private key. They know it's like they have it. They could sell it if they want and get pesos if they don't want to walk out the door of Monero. But at least it puts the the burden on them almost to like keep the Monero, right? As opposed to them just treating it purely as transactional, not even knowing what passed through them, right? Like it could have just been fiat at that point.
Yeah, and I do see value in that, because you're creating a new Monero user there. And I think you've mentioned it, that there was a few merchants that even after Monerotopia, they continued accepting Monero, and so they're
and
once
this year
they're
even more
onboarded, once they're onboarded, they continue accepting Monero. So I think it's an option. If you have the time and the ability to onboard merchants, and I think that's one thing that I really appreciate about Monerotopia, is that you had Spanish speakers showing the merchants how to install a wallet, how to use a wallet, how to make a payment. So I definitely do see value in that. But the other option is, well, if you really don't care about it, then there's this other option where we'll handle everything for you. From the customer's point of view, it's a more easier transaction. And from your point of view, you don't have to learn anything. But it's just two different approaches.
Yeah, and that could, it'd be interesting to see how that ends up working out, right? Because that you like big idea, when we're at Monerotopia at Huerta Roma, like would love for Huerta Roma to always be known as a place that's accepting Monero, right? Where vendors are always accepting Monero. Maybe in the future, like this system gets worked out well to the point where vendors come to Huerta Roma and they could use one of these devices, right? Like, that would be kind of cool if you it makes sense in scenarios like that where you have like existing marketplaces and then you just have this infrastructure that's there running all the time, right? Like it could potentially make sense in that scenario, I think, right?
Yeah, and this is a work in progress. This app just was developed like a week ago.
It's great. It's great.
Yeah. So it could definitely be reworked, where maybe having self-custody could potentially be an option as well. But yeah, it's a work in progress.
The real holy grail in my mind is whatever the device is, whether it's that or something else, or it's got it, or even we were saying like the Nodo itself, trying to turn that into like a POS system. It's got to integrate with existing POS systems. I think that's like you've really then made a breakthrough, right? So you have some vendor that's already using Square Pay or something, right? And now there's this additional device they use that accepts Monero, but it also sends data back to their current POS terminal so they can keep track of the amounts that they have coming in for auditing, right? For whatever, for accounting.
Well, these devices that I'm talking about that you can buy, like they're widely available on Amazon. You can install Square on there, and I think there's a Square app, so you can accept credit cards on these things. So you can have one app for Square and one app for XMR POS to accept Monero payments, and it's all the same unit. You don't even have to buy any new hardware. And if you're running your own node. Yeah, if you're running your own node, then you don't have this issue of sharing keys, right? So if each merchant has their own node, then it would sidestep this issue about private keys.
Very cool, man. Very cool, and I love that that's coming out of MoneroCon, right?
Yeah,
that's nice to see.
Like I said, I'm here for the digital cash peer-to-peer. So if this thing helps at least a little bit. At least from the user perspective, in terms of, going to a merchant and you have the ability to use your Monero to buy stuff. I think that's a net positive in my book, actually.
For sure, man.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to put out there with regards to MoneroCon? I know it's a little early, but it's gonna come fast. Any other info you want to put out there?
Yeah, tickets are available. If you want to, jump on it and get some tickets, you can go tickets.monerocon.org. They're not going to sell out, but I can be a little bit early. It helps us with planning to have an idea what the demand will be, how many T-shirts we need to order. So normally I've seen people usually wait till the last minute. But yeah, tickets are available if you want to hop on it. It's tickets.monerocon.org.
And for the thing we're holding at PorcFest, obviously no ticket sales. If people are US bound, they can't make it to MoneroCon. It's just you're just going to PorcFest at that point. So you just have to go to PorcFest. You'll find the website, and you have to essentially buy a ticket to go there. And once you're in PorcFest, you'd be part of whatever we're doing. I think you can basically, if you have a hotel, if you're staying outside of PorcFest, do you need a ticket? I don't even know. No, because I always get a stand anyway. No, yeah, you need to get a ticket on your car. I guess you could walk into PorcFest too if you're staying outside of the venue.
Hitchhike.
Yeah, but I'm saying like they don't check individuals as they come in. It's just people that are coming in cars. Like, then at that point you're paying for the week. You're getting a campsite. I usually get a campsite because that's where we set up our Monero stand, and then I usually stay off campus on a hotel. I'm not that hardcore where I'm just like sleeping in a tent at PorcFest all week long. But for people that want it is an amazing experience. Very kid friendly. Yeah.
Yeah, I do need to experience it. Yeah, I haven't been to it before, but I've heard so much about it. So hopefully next year.
MoneroCon can run itself. You come on over.
Yeah, why not?
In cruise control. All right, man. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciate you jumping on. I know you like to stay more behind the scenes, so it's awesome that you came out to talk to us, AJ. And thanks for everything you did with Monerotopia this year, and obviously all you've done for Monero in general throughout the years.
All right, Doug. Thank you for having me on. It was a pleasure.
All right, buddy. Yeah, feel free to stay on if you want to engage with the community when we do viewers on stage. That's up to you if you want to stick around or if you got to go. Whatever you need.
I actually have to go, so I'll keep an eye. Maybe I'll do some comments or something if something pops up or there's any questions. I'll keep an eye on the stream.
Awesome, man. Thank you, AJ.
Thank you.
Awesome. All right.
All right, I guess we'll go ahead and jump into the news with Tux.
Let's do it.
The Monerotopia Weekly News segment is sponsored by WizardSwap.io, a non-custodial cryptocurrency exchange.
All right. Sharing my screen here.
All right. Tony,
okay.
We got Tux doing the news. Here we are.
All right. So first post is the MoneroCon proof of concept Monero point of sale POS Android app helped fund further development by doing XMR here. This is what AJ was talking about just a little bit ago. This is their POS Android app that'll run on any standard Android device, but is designed to work specifically for those Android-based point of sales devices that come with support for NFC card reader, all that kind of stuff. And it looks like the app is starting to come together. As you can see in this little GIF here, someone's creating a payment and waiting for it to be either scanned or I guess NFC tapped. And here's like the device itself. I think I showed this last week. The actual device, it's actually pretty affordable. It's like $130 for this device, and it has all the hardware you need to process any kind of payment.
Very cool.
Very awesome. And they also have a new donation link because I guess this is separate from the bounty. This is more money to continue development of the app to take it further. This proof of concept was kickstarted on bounties.monero.social, and we now need additional funding to take the app to the next level. A pre-release APK for testing is already available. Very cool. So if you go to their GitHub, you can actually try a pre-release.apk on your Android device. I might actually buy one of those devices to try that out myself to see how well that would work, and then I could give it to somebody to actually use in real life, which would be really cool. But yeah, right now the key features are print receipts, broadcast Monero URI address over NFC, which is really cool. That allows you to just tap your phone and your operating system will pick up that URI and open it, and whatever app can handle it. So usually that would be like Cake Wallet if you're using Monero. And then export all transactions with fiat exchange rate information to a CVS file, which is very crucial for merchants who have to do accounting. And there's I guess there's a picture of the payment flow, a little video of payment flow. This might be the same GIF that I just saw. Yep. So very cool, very cool. If you want to support this further development, please donate to the BTC Pay donation page, which will be linked under this tweet, which will be in the description shortly. And next up, we've got 1 second here.
What's that? Oh.
Sorry, just trying to get my tabs organized here. All right, there we go. Next up, we've got this post from Whitney Webb. People should consider that arguably the main interest in Greenland, and also likely Canada as well, from the Trump camp and Musk is related to vast mineral deposits, particularly those necessary for the energy transformation and EV revolution that is directly tied to the business interest of Musk, as well as other prominent big tech figures. For example, aside from Musk, Jeff Bezos, who gave very, very generously to Trump's inauguration fund, backs a firm called Kobold Metals, along with Bill Gates, Reid Hoffman, who both back Kamala, and Mark Andreessen, currently advising Trump on tech policy that is drilling in Greenland for EV-related minerals. Northern Canada also possesses significant deposits of minerals essential to EV production. The digital transformation that the Silicon Valley oligarchs are attempting to manifest would admittedly require all of the known deposits of lithium, nickel, cobalt, and several other minerals across the planet. The U.S. itself is not necessarily rich in these minerals, with some occasional exceptions, but some of its neighbors are. If you are cheerleading for this, be aware that 1, it'll help accelerate the sustainable development, end quote, digital transformation that needs these minerals specifically. 2, it is not in the interest of the public of any of these countries, but instead of the interest of mainly of American tech billionaires. 3, will devastate the environment of Canada and Greenland. Mining these things can permanently wreck the environment and water table. 4, boosting access to EV metals will also likely require existing incentives to purchase EV cars in the U.S. to stay, so these mining ventures have a high return on investment. Trump has spoken about removing them, but his ties to Musk and other big tech billionaires suggest it is unlikely. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, that sounds like the most reasonable explanation so far for why there's been this weird talk about the United States essentially annexing Canada or Greenland, which ironically
to fuel the technocratic state, man. It always is. It always leads back to the same thing. Whitney Webb, she's on it, man. I don't know. I tend to agree with everything she says.
I mean, this is one of the most plausible explanations I've heard so far, but it's ironic that a lot of the right is pushing for this, which is the same people who supposedly are against the idea of the globalization. And that's
what's crazy about it, right? Because they're like, we have the people that should be rooting against it, rooting for it.
Yeah. It seems kind of backwards. But yeah, there's nothing, I guess from a weird sort of nationalist standpoint, if you're like, oh yeah, we need to like be pioneers on the EV stuff, and you know, the goal is for these rich minerals to be easily accessible to the United States, then I guess in that sense it's okay. But like, really, it's like, do we want to, like, the US itself already has tons of problems. Like, can't the problems like that currently exist in the country be like worked on before acquiring like Canada, like having Canada become a state of the US? It's like, it's kind of ridiculous, right? But whatever. That is a interesting in-depth explanation for why those places could be of interest. I doubt that's it's going to even happen, but it's funny that people are talking about it anyway. So next up, we got a post from TFTC. The Fed hates the idea of a Bitcoin reserve. The folks at the Fed were cussing, saying this is the dumbest idea they've ever heard.
On the way over, I was watching an interview on MSNBC where they were just tearing this apart. Just last week, I was in Washington, D.C., meeting with members of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System. And when I brought this up, I'd never seen a reaction like quite the one I saw at that boardroom table. But the folks in the room at the Fed were cussing, saying this is the dumbest idea they've ever heard. There's nothing strategic about Bitcoin, and almost kicked us out of the room. Because they thought this was such a bad idea, and how dare we even like breathe this idea, in the building of the Federal Reserve. So this will not be without controversy.
All right, so sounds like the Fed might not actually be interested in a Bitcoin reserve like a lot of people were hoping, which is fine. There doesn't really need to be a. I mean, it'd be interesting, but I mean, it's just furthering to show how Bitcoin's kind of been controlled and centralized by a lot of entities over time, to the point to where it's so big that there is a Bitcoin reserve for the Federal Reserve. But yeah, next up, we've got an article from Zero Hedge. Bitcoin investor ordered to reveal crypto keys in 124 million landmark tax case. So this one's interesting. I saw this one last week. But it goes, an early Texas Bitcoin investor was ordered to surrender his crypto and other wallet private keys and access codes as a restraining order after being sentenced in December to 2 years in prison for tax fraud. Frank Richard Algren III, who falsely underreported capital gains on over 3.7 million in Bitcoin sales between 2017 and 2019, owes the U.S. government about 1.1 million in restitution. I mean, that right there is already like insane, right? You make 3.7 million, and you owe the U.S. government 1.1 million. That's already pretty insane. The Austin Federal Court Judge Robert Pittman on January 6 ordered Algren and any of his family, friends, or representatives to identify and provide any physical devices used to store his cryptocurrency, along with any public keys, private keys, seed phrases, or pass phrases. Yeah, that's a pretty crazy case. That's a pretty large case regarding a lot of Bitcoin, a lot of money. And this is one of I think the first big tax related cases of people just not reporting and making a lot of money and then it coming back to bite them. And I mean, it goes without saying that with Bitcoin, it's like, okay, yeah, like they can't immediately take it from you, but they're going to force it out of you, by going after you in court, putting you in prison, making you retrieve your keys physically, making your family members, friends do it. And I mean, it's because they can see it and they can track it. They can easily track how much money this guy has made and over the lifetime, assuming that he purchased most of this Bitcoin from KYC exchanges. So, yeah, it's unfortunate, but were you going to say something, Doug? I heard you unmute your mic.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, there's still like a whole subset of Bitcoiners, I guess, pretty much every maxi who refuses to believe that there's any difference between Bitcoin and Monero in terms of the security that you get from privacy and the inability to surveil transactions. Like they still see it as being as, unconfiscatable as Monero, right? They don't see a difference there, which just kind of blows my mind, right? Like,
yeah,
I don't know how they're missing that point, right?
I think they misinterpret the way in which Bitcoin is they're like, oh, it's unconfiscatable because I own the keys. Like, it's like, oh yeah, technically from a technical standpoint, it's unconfiscatable, not like a bank account that's tied to like the Fed, right? Or even one that's like a private bank. But if they can see everything you're doing and how much money you have, it makes it so incredibly easy for not just the government, but anybody else to go after you, right? I mean, we've seen dozens of cases where people are getting kidnapped, tortured, murdered because they're public figures that have a lot of cryptocurrency that can be tracked easily. So there's just tons of these problems that occur when you get to a certain amount, right? When you get to a certain place and having a certain amount of money in these transparent chains, it becomes a big problem. The fact that it's transparent, and these people, ironically, should be the biggest proponents and promoters of private currency, because they're the ones that are seeing the effects firsthand, more so than a lot of people getting, caught doing stuff like this, or not even really doing anything, just not reporting their gains, right? Like they just underreported their gains and now they're getting slammed for a lot of money. So, yeah, interesting to see. Unfortunate, but that's just how it's going to go. Next up, we got a post from Derek Bros. The Technocrats envision a North American I don't know how to pronounce that word. Technocrate, ruled by the Technate. Oh, I think he added an extra letter there. The Technate, ruled by the Technate King. Guess what Elon calls himself in his Tesla bio? The Techno King. This is the North American Technate, proposed by Elon Musk's grandfather, among others, in the 1930s. Yeah, I guess this is what some people want, is for this entire area to be United States territory, or the entire North America owned by like one state, primarily under one state, which is like kind of the opposite of what I thought most of the right were supposed to not really want, right? Is against globalism, against state control over the entire world of one state. But I don't know, that's what this is getting closer to. So anyway, next up, we've got a post from Mario Naffel. Elon, humanoid robots will be the biggest product ever and lead to universal high income. Humanoid robots will be the biggest product in history. Every human will likely want one or even two. My guess is 3-to-1, 4-to-1, or even 5-to-1 ratio of robots to humans, meaning 20 to 30 billion robots worldwide. In the good AI scenario, we won't need universal basic income. We'll have universal high income.
When can I get a home robot? Okay.
Right. Well, so that's the other element, is our humanoid robots. So I think probably most people, if not everyone, would like to have their own personal C3PO R2D2, and I actually think humanoid robots will be the biggest product ever in history by far.
I agree.
Yeah, it's just wild, because you can just say, well, every human is going to want one most likely, and some will want two, and then there'll be all of industry in terms of providing products and services. So that you have to say, what's the ratio of humanoid robots to humans? My guess is it's at least 3-to-1, 4-to-1, maybe 5-to-1. So we're talking about 20, 30 billion humanoid robots. It's not even clear what money means at that point, or if there's any meaningful cap on the economy. I think at that point, assuming that things haven't gone awry, in the good AI scenario, I think we won't have universal basic income. We'll have universal high income.
When can
I don't think it would really work that way. And also that's very, very far out from having well, maybe not as far as I think, but it seems like it's pretty far from having like these super usable humanoid robots. But I'm not so sure it's going to work the way in which he thinks it will. Everyone just has this universal high income because robots are doing the work. But next up, we've got a post from it's hard to pronounce name, Saifuddin Amos. Javier Milei 1-year assessment. Everyone excited about an Argentina economic miracle is basing it on all sorts of government statistics except the most important statistics: money supply measures and public debt growth. Under its new supposedly free market, Rothbardian president, Argentina's money supply in 2024 has increased at these astonishing rates. M0, 209%, M1, 133%, M2, 93%, and M3, 123%. To put these numbers in perspective, note that they dwarf the rates during the preceding years, during which Argentina thoroughly earned its reputation as one of the most dysfunctional fiat monetary basket cases in the world. In the 4 years of 2020 to 2023, Argentina's money supply measures grew at a compound annual growth rate of M0 50%, M1 77%, M2 90%, and M3 86%. Oh, this is an incredibly long post. I'm not going to read all this. Doug, do you have any other information about this post? Because I did not read through this at all. I think you said this. I'm guessing this is looking at Argentina's inflation and how it's possibly gone down since Milei has been in office. All right, well, I guess I'll be moving on from this. Another post from Whitney Webb, the Silicon Valley oligarchs trying to rebrand as libertarian and based, even though they are fused at the hip with the U.S. national security state, especially Peter Thiel, and acting like they're all now outraged by Epstein, even though they all met with him, should be easy to see through. However, unfortunately, plenty of quote, independent influencers, including those who claim to care or have studied the Epstein network, are cheering on this transformation or treating it like it's an authentic thing and not an intelligence operation itself. Silicon Valley and the deep state are one and the same, and this should be a clear indication that the deep state itself is trying to cloak itself in a libertarian MAGA veneer to herd Americans who would normally dissent into supporting the same policy agendas they have been wary about for years. The deep state is rebranding itself, and many will cheer it on as winning. Mark Goodwin and I called out that this was happening over a year ago. We said that with trust in the public sector at an all-time low post-COVID, the effort to rebuild trust would move into the private sector as we are, after all, ultimately governed by a public-private partnership. From public to private and from left to right, it's ping pong to keep the public confused and ultimately docile. Stop focusing on rhetoric from politicians and oligarchs and focus on what they have done and what they do. Actions absolutely speak louder than words. Yeah, so true. There's a lot of, it seems like people are falling for all these tech billionaires, these tech bros, just because they now support Trump and they're now more on the right. And really, it's more of just a game of like, oh, who's actually winning? Well, Trump won, so now they want to get on his side so that they can receive as much as they can from the new incoming administration. And also, it's a guise to gain false trust from the public again, because the government right now is clutching as much as it can to get people to trust it more, because there's a lot of people who became very, very much more historically untrusting of the government than before, because of stuff that's happened recently in the past 4 years. And now they're doing as much as they can to try to gain that through any means necessary to keep the system going. As long as they have people's trust, enough people's trust, then they are still legitimate, right? They become illegitimate as soon as people stop trusting in them and stop believing that they're, for your own good. But great posts from Whitney Webb as usual. Next up, we've got a post from Rogue One. Monero has broken its all-time high mining hash rate with over 4 gigahashes a second, 4.06 gigahashes a second. This first time ever we broke the 4 gigahashes a second rate. Yep, Bawdy showed this earlier with the Monero hash rate numbers. This is an all-time high for Monero hash rate, which is awesome to see, as the more hash rate theoretically means more security with the network, assuming that hash rate is somewhat decentralized. But that does show a growth of the network as the hash rate goes up, which is awesome. All right, I think this is the last post here. This video got over 120,000 likes in less than 12 hours. Why did this video explode and go so viral? This American is comparing the media and establishment response of the Hollywood and Los Angeles, California fires to Hurricane Helene in Western North Carolina. It is shocking.
Los Angeles, California, they're getting so much airtime on the news. You got reporters actually crying. That's how bad it is. But remember a little town called Asheville, North Carolina? Do we remember that? My favorite is watching Harrison Ford, a multi-billionaire, get into his car and act like he's sad that his mansion's burning down so he can drive in his Mercedes-Benz to his next property. or the fact in a week we're probably going to see all kinds of promos from these celebrities asking for us to help them. But the real juicy story mainstream media is never going to tell you about is that homeowners in California lost their fire insurance 2 months prior to all this bullshit that's happening right now. Kind of like in the mountains of North Carolina where nobody had flood coverage. Once in a lifetime event from the Bible times happens. You see what's going on here? It's kind of like a plan. Tell you what, Hollywood and Los Angeles.
Yeah, the Los Angeles fire situation is pretty messed up. And I think the craziest part is that I've seen a lot of interventions by just regular people against other people trying to just start fires. So there's a lot of suspicious stuff around the fires multiple fires that started in LA, and it looks like that some of these have been started by individuals purposefully, which is really messed up. And of course, there's a lot of issues with insurance and insurance policies being canceled a little bit ago. I don't have any direct things to add to that because I don't live there and I don't know anybody there, but it is very sad to see indeed the massive amounts of destruction that's occurred in a very, very short amount of time, and with very obviously poorly mismanaged government resources, making it even harder to fight it off than it nearly should be. I'm going to check the links one more time. I think that was the last article that was given to me.
Yeah, I think that was it.
All right. Yep.
Yeah, the whole fire. We could talk about that. Viewers on stage, people want to talk about that.
It's crazy.
Insane. I mean, the water, the no water coming out of the hydrants. Insane. I mean, I get that they're not designed for that, right? The infrastructure wasn't designed for that. It wasn't designed for fighting a forest fire in your neighborhood. It was designed like for like little individual fires at houses among communities. But why wouldn't you be designed for that, given that you live in a
you live in a place that's prone to wildfires? Yeah,
prone to wildfires.
Crazy.
It was just insane to watch, and things that make you go, right? It's like just another one of those moments, like we saw the Maui fire. I don't know, so catastrophic. When you see those pictures, I mean, it is biblical. Just seeing the fire, the hills just ablaze, the entire section of the city, entire town, completely engulfed in flames. Crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty sad. And I mean, it's like it's just a lot of like totally like normal working people who have had their entire communities. I mean, obviously there's a lot of richer areas.
Yeah. Some of the most expensive zip codes in the in the world, right?
Yeah, but it's still totally screwed up, and like it still shows the mismanagement of like resources in the county. But there's a lot of people who just like middle class people who had their entire communities just destroyed, just totally wiped out. It's like the whole area was nuked, people's entire houses just totally burned down. Like shops and small businesses burned down. It's really sad and really unfortunate. And this could have probably been largely avoided if there was better management of like the forestry and then like the water systems, which is also pretty upsetting. I'm sure a lot of people are going to be protesting for certain people to resign.
And the black pill thinking, right, is that now what is this then usher in, right? Now it's like drones everywhere surveilling everything to make sure there's no fires, right? Like you could go down that, like that's going to be a result of this too, right? As always, more tech, more technocracy, more surveillance. Can it prevent prevent these types of things? So conspiracy theories abound. This is just the natural trajectory of things too. Anytime there's a big event like this, it just leads to more government control, surveillance, because we need big daddy government to save us. And it's hard to argue against wanting to prevent incidents like this, and everybody then just goes along with it.
Yep. But we'll see how much focus is on, because there was not that much the amount of attention that was given to the Hurricane Helene situation, North Carolina, Tennessee, was like astronomically low, especially from a federal standpoint. So we'll see what happens with LA, but it's not looking too great.
All right, man. Let's get the viewers on stage. Let's get people up here. Get the people talking. Give them the platform that they came here for. Get them up.
All right, let's do it.
It's the Viewers on Stage segment. It's that time where we invite you, the viewers, up on stage to comment on anything you've heard so far today, ask the guest a question, or maybe talk about one of the news topics. Come on down.
All right, Alaska. What's up, brother?
I'll be going in.
We got Prancing, got Shortwave, Bawdy. Anybody new want to come up? Let's put the link. I just throw it in the chat. Just click on that link. You'll be in the backstage, and we'll bring you upstage.
With these LA fires, about the only good thing I've seen so far from this is like I've been reading. Oh, hello, Echo. There it goes. I've been reading like that a bunch of cell phone towers have obviously gotten burned to crisps, and so there's like no service in these areas. And the T-Mobile Starlink partnership is at least providing, text messaging service to devices on the ground because satellites don't get burned up in wildfires.
I did see that.
Hey guys, I got to encourage you. I know it's going back to something you thought you covered and it was done, but I got to encourage y'all to try to get off a Signal. Try to get off of any platform that ties your phone number or your email address to your identity. That's why you got to go to these platforms like Session or Bastion or Simplex or even Element. If you don't give Element your email address, you can remain reasonably anonymous, even though your federated administrator could.
Element's not particularly great because of metadata collection. Like, it's better for certain, but there is a lot of metadata that comes along with Element, such as your reactions apparently aren't secure.
Right.
So, like,
it's the worst of all the ones that I mentioned, but I know a lot of people are on it, and they like to connect to, the other matrix and IRC. It's sort of it's a compromise. You got to understand that. But Simplex, to me, now I know that it's. I didn't realize it was not available. I thought it was not available on the Apple, but now that I see Simplex available on the Apple, I actually prefer Simplex over Session. So that, to me, I think that's the favorite amongst the really anonymity conscious, privacy conscious community.
It is.
Yeah,
definitely.
We'll add both. We're gonna add Signal and Simplex to XMR Bazaar just for notification purposes.
And you can have big groups in Simplex. Like, I know that a lot of people say that big groups are kind of hard to do with E2E, but like the Monero room, for example, has 1,400 people in it on the Simplex, and it works all right. So you can have big, decently sized rooms with Simplex.
The biggest room in Simplex is 4,400 users in them. So yeah, it does the job really.
I think just the argument with rooms is like you don't need its technology for those purposes, right? Because at that point it's just a public forum, everybody's in there. You shouldn't be worried about saying certain things in those, right? Like it's already public, right? So trying to protect it beyond that, I mean, I guess you could say.
But it's
I kind of actually disagree with that, Doug, because if you do have the standard of anonymity that Simplex can afford you, you can have a voice in those big forums as a pseudonym and kind of say whatever you want. It reminds me of like the really old forum message board days where you can have a presence and people kind of recognize you, but there's no way to tie it back to who's actually saying it. It just links it to the other things that anonymous identity has had, and which is different than, say, like Signal, because with Signal, since there is a way to tie back to you, like if I'm having a one-on-one encrypted conversation.
No, I get you. Yeah, it's definitely the ultimate.
Yeah.
But you still have to be cognizant of the fact that you're essentially in a public square at that space, in that place. They may not be able to as easily identify you, but
anonymously in a public square.
And if go ahead.
The key is that you're anonymously in the public square instead of like Doug, you do it different. You want your identity there. That's part of your brand. So I can see how it might not affect you using Signal versus the other. But most people in this community, enthusiastic over privacy crypto, are private in every other aspect.
Yeah, no, and I completely agree with you. That's not really the reasoning. It's that because more people use Signal, right? So that's the cost benefit, right? So the advantage that Signal has is its network effect and user base. So that's kind of the difference. Obviously, Simplex or SimpleX is ideally the best solution. But like when you're integrating this technology into, say, like XMR Bazaar, you want something that everybody already has, right? Or give them an option, right? To just say we're only using SimpleX because it has these additional improvements in terms of anonymity, and to discount somebody that may not be using it, let them opt into, let's say, Signal, right? Because it's more prevalent.
Yeah, I mean, I have no problem.
That's the thinking there. Yeah.
I just have a problem with you only offering Signal. That would be disenfranchising everyone that actually cared and understood and cared about their anonymity.
Yeah. And this is we're just saying for notifications. People don't need to add this. They don't need to use it. This is just for people that are using XMR Bazaar that want to get notified every time something happens on the platform relevant to them, that they received a DM. It's not sending the messages. It's just saying, hey, Prancing messaged you. Check your DMs, just so people that don't want to be like going back to remember to check their XMR Bazaar account, just another means of notification.
It's push notifications.
Yeah,
that's all it is.
Cool.
I just wanted to, in case anybody isn't aware of this, and in fact, Monero Master just released another video. I think it's great. I might be a little biased, but in that video though, he actually has a clip from I think it's like a NATO general or something. I don't even remember who it was anymore, but a long time ago, somebody who openly works for the CIA, who is also like a high-ranking military official, stated on record that the CIA issues kill orders on metadata alone. And a good example of that would be you can have a whole bunch of encrypted traffic, but because you have enough metadata to know approximately who's talking to who, and you know enough about where that person is highly likely to be located, just based on the fact that you've had a lot of, back and forth between, I don't know, somebody who has too much freedom or whatever, they can drone, they will, and they have, they'll drone strike you just because you have too much metadata between you and some other person. They like not having any context of what you're talking about or whatever. They'll just whack you. So metadata is like a pretty important concept for people who are communicating with high priority targets, or people who might later end up caught up in something just based on the simple fact that they were present in a certain event. So the metadata question does matter at like a higher threshold of privacy. And I just thought people should know that. And check out Monero Master's channel if you still need more Monero content after the 7 hours and 50 minutes of Monero talk that you'll probably get today or whatever.
Yeah, for metadata specifically, I know the Simplex, the guy that's in the Simplex team, he's very critical of Signal. The other day, he was criticizing them, mentioning basically Signal is basically selling you privacy with the concept of, what if, you have a meeting in a glass box? Is this conversation private? Yeah, right. You don't hear what they are saying, but you see who's talking to whom, and you know when they are talking to whom. So yeah, that's the argument. Like that's not the case with SimpleX. You don't have this conversation in a glass box, and the operator can see every glass box, every conversation happening. That's the whole point.
One of the reasons why I also push back a lot on this stuff, even though obviously the truth is the truth, and I agree with some of this stuff, but you have to kind of think of, every step that you can take to rob the enemy of like high priority wins. So for example, just an easy concept, like if I know that Elon Musk was talking to, the board of directors for General Motors, you might even be able to deduce like there's a high likelihood that he's either like leasing or selling battery technology, or maybe they're going to join forces to produce some kind of equipment, or who knows. But even though you may be able to guess what they might be able to, what might come out of it, it makes it harder to front run a stock, for example. It makes it harder to prevent a deal because you don't know the details of that deal. And it also makes harder for people to speculate on, what exactly they're like. Even if you know that somebody is talking to somebody else, or the other thing is you probably already know that certain people are talking to the same people. So Signal is the platform of choice at two of my primary businesses. And there's a reason for that. I already know that they know that we're talking to each other. And the more interactions that I can get on those encrypted channels, whether it be go pick up some bread or, the revolution begins on Friday, like that metadata isn't any more valuable than what is already known. And just the fact that, you can video call and just be like, hey, check out what I'm looking at right now or whatever, adds a lot of utility that we might not otherwise have. And especially since it's cross-platform, it's exceptionally valuable. And the other utilities of like for what I do, a dispatch person can be on their computer handling multiple interactions at the same time, but the people he's talking to can be on their cell phones with crappy service and still get the job done. So having lots of tools available to you, especially stuff that your guys are already familiar with, is incredible. And the whole SimpleX Signal elements, blah, blah, blah thing just reminds me of like the whole crypto maximalist cult thing going on, where it's like, well, Monero is so much better, like Litecoin should be sacked. And it's like, you would have to be stupid if you're a Monero guy and wanted to get rid of Litecoin. It's like, you're one of your best on-ramps that you could possibly have. You want it to go away because it's not Monero? Like, are you nuts? Yeah, it doesn't have privacy and blah, 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 blah. It's just Bitcoin with paint, or what. You can make all of the arguments you want, but the reality is if everybody switched to crypto tomorrow, Monero would be completely bogged down. It would become almost useless if that was the only currency that everybody was using. So in other words, anything that's going to help kill the Fed is a good thing. And just like Signal offers so many advantages to no Signal that we should all just be pulling in the same direction right now. And this back and forth fighting about whatever, it only pushes people away from making the switch. I think before now, Tux and I were on the show talking about how, okay, so you have your Linux machine and all of that other stuff, and okay, so you have Intel Management Engine on your PC still, and then people would be like, oh, what's the point? I might as well just keep my Windows tablet with Copilot and all that other stuff. It's like, don't lose the forest through the trees, because like having reduced your threat model down to just like the management engine, or if somebody takes a step of getting off of, an iPhone and then switching to graphene, and then another guy comes along and it's like, what a complete waste of time. You're still using a SIM card with a phone number tied to your name. It's like, those people just need to shut the hell up, because that new guy just made an incredible improvement in their privacy. And they need to be more encouraging if they're going to open their mouth. You see, they need to say like, congratulations that you are now on graphene. Thank you for contacting me on Signal. I appreciate that you are protecting my privacy. When you're ready, let's talk about SimpleX, because it's the next step up in the ladder. You need to learn something from the gamified life of like, Kroger points and airline miles and all of this other stuff that works in marketing. And you need to apply it to privacy conscious behaviors. And say like, congratulations, you made it to level 12 in privacy. You have a graphene phone and you're using Signal. But now if you want to get to the next tier where you can talk to the even cooler privacy nerds, they're on SimpleX, and try to get your family to switch to Signal because it's fast and easy and it even works on their crappy iPhones and all of that. But when you're ready, come join us on SimpleX. If you have a technical question and you need solutions, send me a message on Signal. I'll get back to you as soon as I can. But I'm more active on SimpleX. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's the approach. If you actually want people to switch, if you actually want people to care, when somebody switches to Linux, the first thing out of your mouth shouldn't be, oh, you should be using Tails, you noob. Like, just stop. Just be like, when you're ready, these things are available. I will be here to help you, And it also makes us all look like hypocrites, and we need to not sound like hypocrites, because everybody hates those people. So just don't do it.
I think I saw something to the effect of something like, if you're going to use, like, somebody asks you whether you should use Bitcoin or the dollar, you should definitely use Bitcoin. But if somebody asks you if they should use Bitcoin or Monero, you say Monero. Like, anything that gets somebody off of the dollar is a good thing, and then Monero is the next step up from that.
That was me.
Unless your other option is cash.
Yeah, that's true too. Although cash does have the downside of inflation. But yeah.
The thing is if you're going to use, if somebody said, what should I use for this Bitcoin or cash? I would tell them cash for sure. I would tell them, and not only that, but because of inflation, right? If they're holding Bitcoin, there's a chance they might come out ahead. If they're holding dollars, they probably won't. So like, if you're going to spend your dollars, and you're going to use cash, that keeps you very, very private. So yeah, I'm with Tux on that one. But the thing is like, de-dollarizing is a great idea. I would rather take a giant hit holding Bitcoin just to hold two middle fingers up to the banking system than, have a giant stash of dollars for sure.
Yeah, but it doesn't anymore. Only tools like Monero and other privacy tools really give the big middle finger.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any Bitcoin, and I don't want to have any Bitcoin, and I'm not interested in having any Bitcoin. But that's because thanks to a bunch of Monero chads, we now have something like that, and I'm all in on real stuff at this point. Like every bank account I have is just like for the purposes of just in case I need it for any. I barely even use them, honestly. It's like
Another thing for the chat, the chat apps that we were talking about before. Many moons ago, there was this argument brought up that for example, Matrix is not noob friendly, and I totally agree. Frankly, noob friendliness is a very important part of making the privacy available to everyone. And to Signal's credit, they have a very noob-friendly UX, but so does SimpleX. I mean, it's super easy to use it.
Yeah,
like,
that is one thing that SimpleX and Signal way outdo Matrix on. I mean, even I, for example, have real trouble managing the Signal private keys. Not Signal, the Matrix private keys. They always get screwed up somehow. Like you always end up with like these room messages that are like, especially when you're trying to restore, you always end up with these room messages. This is not able to be decrypted because the keys are messed up. And it's like, how did I mess the keys up? I'm a crypto user. How did this happen?
I hate to say that's the reason why I literally don't even use Matrix or any of its forks, is because if I'm going to have that much trouble using it effectively, I can't even recommend it to the people who asked me for help on these matters. And some of you know, like I try to spend the vast majority of what little free time I have getting older people or non-tech savvy people or business people onto these platforms and showing them the benefits and the utility and all that. In the process of trying to get somebody to poorly use Element, I mean, I could have them on a private phone with private chats using Monero, all of that other stuff in half the time. And until they declusterfuck their situation, there's just no way that I personally can use it with people that I'm trying to get into our parallel economies. And so it's effectively dead on arrival. And like, I was so loudly championing the idea of Oxen and Session and all that stuff because I felt like it wasn't there, but it was going in the right direction. And honestly, I don't really talk about it anymore because, for the reasons that Tux has said many times already, and like, it completely broke my heart that project is, it's pretty much already dead. Because it would have been amazing to see something like that be successful and have, and I hope that team doesn't, grenade. I hope that they continue to try to find other ways to utilize some of the work that they've already done or join a new project or whatever, because their heart was in the right place and they're smart and they did a decent job at a lot of what they were doing. And so goes the way of the project world. It's one of the reasons why I don't accept the argument when people are talking about Xano for what happened with CryptoNote. It's like, look at some of the things that Roger Ver has advocated for, go ahead.
I have a question while we still got Nihilus on. One of the things I've never successfully tested, and most of it's because no one's requested that I do so. In other words, I haven't found a partner to test with on the other end. I suppose I could, set up dummy accounts and do it between laptops. But anyway, I haven't done it successfully yet. Is the using a desktop client with Simplex, having one of those web RTC conversations. I haven't gotten that to work yet. And has anyone in the room done voice and video chat like you can do in Session and Element.
I'm pretty sure that works on desktop. I mean, that's the main reason why
Yeah.
I don't use Simplex that much right now, is because the desktop integration sucks. It requires you to reconnect, or every time you come back to your local network, you have to reconnect to your desktop client from your mobile app, and it has to have a local device connection, right? So you can't have any blocks or anything. And you can't use your phone while it's connected to the desktop. You can only do one at a time because of how the database is set up. And so that's a big problem. That's a big usability problem for me, which is why I don't use it that much. And Signal makes that a lot easier because I can have essentially the same account on two separate devices running sort of independently.
Well, the simple way to fix that would be to just designate a main device, such as my phone or my desktop. Like when you create the account, you designate like a main device, and then your other devices connect to it over like a Tor hidden service. So like your device that you designated your main device runs a Tor hidden service, and then say your phone is your main device. Your phone runs the Tor hidden service. Your desktop connects to that. Or if your desktop is your main device, a Tor hidden service is spun up on your desktop, and then your phone connects to that to make the connections. And then your desktop.
It's just not there yet. Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, you can't even do that. But see what I mean? Like you shouldn't have to do these things, and this is why I'm really tired of this kind of conversation. It's because, like, can't we just accept that both are good for now, both serve their purposes, Signal and Simplex? I don't think there's any reason to continue having this argument.
It's mutually exclusive.
My big thing is, and I've said this before, like, developers need to be more comfortable with the idea that if the user can't use it the way that they want within certain limitations, then that's a bug.
Yeah, and I mean, that's my point in this. Yeah. It's like, you shouldn't have to do, like, it should just work in, like, the way Signal works.
And be damned your anonymity requirements, right?
Yeah, and I'm not suggesting this manually be done. I'm suggesting this be done like during the configuration process. Like, it does this stuff automatically so that you don't see it. It just does it in the background. So like Havino, for example, Ritu creates a Tor hidden service to publish your offers with, but it does that all in the background, so you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, I don't even know if a Tor hidden service is necessary in this case, but I mean, that could be like I guess that matches the maximalist part for Signal.
You mentioned that you have to reconnect your like phone to your desktop whenever you come back onto the local network, and that's what that would solve.
Yeah, I get. I guess so. If you're trying to do it in a way that's not, but I mean, you could like go through like one of the. Supposedly, you could go through like the servers you're already connected to, right? That you're using to relay your messages, to make that initial connection, or because like I don't exactly remember how Signal does this, but I'm pretty sure once you link a desktop or a separate device, because like you can do that with Molly, you can have it run as like a secondary device as the Molly app on a different Android or something. I'm pretty sure they each interact independently, and it doesn't even require the original one to be online to receive messages on the other one, if I remember correctly. And so it's actually almost like an independent connection under the same account.
Yeah, but the point is, it depends on what's your requirement. If the requirement includes anonymity, then Signal is not fit for it. That's the main thing.
Agreed.
I think it's reasonable.
Just depends on what's the need, right? If the need includes anonymity, you have to choose a certain tool, and lucky for you, Simplex is noob friendly, at least from what I see.
Yeah, so that's why for most people it makes sense to use Signal right now.
Well, I think my favorite part about Simplex just has to be the database management, because the E2E keys are all saved in a database file locally, and then you can just export the entire database with a password for that database, so that you don't have to worry about managing 10,000 different E2E keys, which is horrible, which is what Matrix does.
Yeah, I mean, fuck Matrix. I mean, I used to be a huge fan of the project, but when I got to see how disorganized the project is, and like the devs just work on what they want, there's no prioritization. They work on what they like. I even tried to offer them $700 to implement Onion services. Right? They just told me, no, we don't care. Give us more money and maybe. And I'm like, okay. I just look the other way. I see Simplex already has them, and they are already prioritizing, other features on their roadmap. It's a pleasure to see that project. Frankly, like they got their shit done. It's straight, just like Signal, except that they include deniability and anonymity into the OPSEC requirements. Yeah, I love that.
I was in the Monero Simplex room, and I didn't realize that I was talking to the creator of Simplex, the Epgeni or whatever his name is, and
that's him. Yeah.
He was talking about using like the political means to help our cause, and I was like, you're not cypherpunk enough. Come back when you are.
Yeah, he was advocating for I wouldn't say compromise, but he was advocating for not being hardcore. Like basically saying, yeah, compromise. You're saying like, you have to, but I was like, what are you talking about, guy? Come on. You're saying we're not cypherpunk enough because we're too hardcore and we're not realistic. And I'm like, that's the reason why we exist.
But I mean, props to him, because if you go on the main Simplex chat room, you can go and debate him. Like, hey, Simplex sucks because of XYZ. He's going to respond to you, and he's gonna say, yeah, but XYZ, blah blah blah. He will defend that. Just go and ask him about Signal, what he thinks of it. He's very critical of it, and I talked to him about it the other day.
The one thing I was going to say with the argument between Simplex and Signal is that Simplex is still a very immature application. Like even stuff like message reactions are, they're barely even there. They're just there to be there. They're not like there's a lot of things, a lot of basic mainstream features that aren't available. So when it comes to how come you can't run in these advanced configurations, I'm not surprised. It's still
you can't even do group calls yet. That's not even a thing. So I mean, once again, I appreciate both the projects, but like this constant like, oh, Simplex, yeah, we can all agree Simplex is better, but they both serve a purpose, and that's why I primarily, to most people I talk to in real life who aren't super techie, it makes more sense for me to get them on Signal than Simplex right now.
Yeah, like
Simplex, because of the way it's built, is a battery hog.
Like just the conference, like video conference call feature alone on Signal makes it like worlds of magnitude better for like business purposes, or like group video calls. And like this has happened to me more than once, where it's like you have 3 or 4 different like members of a family that are all trying to coordinate how they're going to meet up in some other location, right? Like you're planning a trip to wherever, where all of your family is going to converge on one location. Like I would be willing to bet that it saved me hours and hours, with stuff like that, just to be able to do group video calls. The utility of Signal right now for a lot of things is absolutely incredible. And the thing is Signal can completely and totally replace text messaging, regular calls, video calls, whatever that Apple video chat garbage is, or the Facebook video chat stuff. Like it has completely eliminated all of the terrible influences that other people were trying to push on me. Like, oh, if you were on an Apple phone, my text messages would be such and such way. And I'm just like, yeah, but Signal is still better. So just switch to Signal. If I said, yeah, switch to Simplex and we'll be able to, this and that. And then all of a sudden, like they want to share a video of, something happening at their house with me and 5 other people, you know, or like, let's all wish, you know, little Timmy a happy birthday. Like there's so many utilities that SimpleX is still quite a ways away from being able to meet. It's just like, just have both. Like, just have both until there's not a reason to anymore.
Oh, and I personally have both. As far as the battery drain thing, there might be a device issue. Like, for example, on my device, SimpleX uses 7% battery, which is high, definitely, but it's not that high, where Molly uses 1%. So, like, it's definitely higher, but it's not extreme, at least.
Well,
so it
I
might be a
mean,
device thing.
according to your own calculations, that's about 7 times higher. So,
yes, but
but it depends on like
how
the
many
group
groups
you're
you're
in,
in.
because the
Yeah,
way
if you're in
SimpleX,
large
because
groups.
SimpleX makes a new connection to every person in the group. Like, you have a one-to-one, like a group isn't actually a group chat; it's a one-to-one chat with everybody in it. So if you're in something like the Hack Liberty group, there's like thousands of people in that group that are talking nonstop. The same thing with the Havana Reto group. There's a lot of people and a lot of messages going through that group, and it eats up your battery like pretty noticeably compared to like Signal or.
I'm in Ritu and I'm in Monero, and that's both of them have around 1,000 people. And as I said, I get 7% battery. Mind you, that is high.
Yeah,
definitely.
Add Hack Liberty and it goes up to like 14.
Okay. Now compare, like, I don't know what happened. I guess I had some sort of misconfiguration or there was a bug, but I was trying to use Orbot, and that used 67% battery compared to Invisible Pro using 1%. So I was like, something is wrong here. So that's why I was saying that SimpleX isn't all that high compared to the bug I had on frickin'.
No, that's just Guardian Project making some bad applications.
Yeah, that was terrible.
By the way, they are aware of it, the SimpleX team, and it's on the roadmap for their next improvements to reduce the battery usage. But yeah, you should take a look at their roadmap. Like, it is prioritized, these things.
I mean, they're trying to solve a really, really hard problem, which is end-to-end encrypted chats with hundreds, if not thousands of people, which is really hard to do. Because Signal, I think the groups max out at a certain point. But the way in which Signal groups work is, of course, different, still end-to-end encrypted, but different from SimpleX, or SimpleX is trying to do it in a way that provides even more anonymity and prevention of potentially tying people together in a single group. And the way it's doing it is pretty intensive, like data intensive and battery intensive, but it's a hard problem to solve regardless. And then encrypted group chats for like lots of people is a hard thing to do regardless. So it's a newer problem that they're trying to solve. So I give some grace to that.
I'm not sure if I would call it. It's a different. Say it again.
Has anyone tried? Has anyone tried the chat feature in Onion Share? There's a chat.
No.
And you can invite.
I've actually never been able to get Onion Share to work.
Yeah, you can invite people to a chat. It's an Onion link, and if they're using their Tor browser, it'll take them right into a video chat. You might want to give that a try, Tux. I don't, there's nothing in there. I never read anything about limitations on number of users, but it is a web-based thing. So, I mean, you need a Tor browser. You can't just do it from, using a Tor proxy and Firefox. That won't work. You have to have the actual Tor browser. So it's a bit inconvenient, but it is one unconventional alternative you might try.
Speaking of Tor in general, if you run a website at all, please consider adding an Onion service, because at least from what I can tell, the world is getting more and more authoritarian, and so Onion services and I2P services and stuff like that are going to be needed more than ever. So if you run an application or a website or whatever, please add Onion services.
It's a matter of reducing
And
your attack surface.
and I2P.
Yes, and I2P. Like, for example, the F-Droid repository, it has Onion services, but like Izzy Android does not, or at least from what I can tell, it doesn't. So it should have a repo mirror that's on Onion so that people can access it without having to use DNS. Because DNS is actually a vulnerability too.
Yep.
Yeah, it's your attack surface. It's
DNS
much
can be
bigger attack
hijacked by
surface on
your
the internet.
ISP.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying DNS can be hijacked by your ISP. And the other thing that Onion services do is they bypass Cloudflare, and then you can also add DOS protection to them, like through the PAL and everything else.
You've also got to consider that with DNS, I mean, they can just, like, the big they can just rip the domain away from them, away from whoever's running it, and use it for something else. So they could rip away simplex.chat and use it for whatever, put malware on it and distribute like fake simplex versions or whatever. So when you're using DNS, you're actually subject to that problem as well. They could rip away torproject.org and redirect it to malicious Tor browser downloads or something like that. Like, they can do that kind of crap. I can and stuff like that.
But the DNS provider, I mean the hosting provider doesn't even have to do that. It can just be your internet service provider. They can redirect whatever they want. Yeah,
that's absolutely true. But if you're using like DOH or DOT, that stops that problem. But again, the big they, like if the CIA goes to whoever and says, "Hey, redirect torproject.org to this website, this place for us," they'll do it.
Yep.
Plus, it's cheaper to have an Onion website rather than a ClearNet website.
That's
you don't need to buy a
And
VPS
you
nor a domain.
own it forever.
And you own it forever.
Well, you own it for as long as you can keep the private keys safe.
You only need to have a server at home with an internet connection. That's it. You don't need anything else. There you can have your Onion website. Easy.
How long will it take me to get a 3-letter vanity URL?
3-letter?
Onion URL.
3-letter, not very long.
It depends on the length. If you have, I mean, it depends on the
3-letter.
CPU because you need to compile it. And on my AMD Ryzen 5, I think it takes like 5 minutes to get a 7-letter one.
Oh,
but
easy.
8 letters. But yeah, 8 letters. It's like I mean, exponential the time. Yeah.
Yeah. 9 letters, a couple days.
Yeah. I wouldn't try this one. Well, unless if I had a Threadripper ready to compile for days, I wouldn't try.
Yeah, but a 3-letter one is not going to take you much time.
On the topic of Monero, with onions, if you go to monero.fail, there's a lot of what I can only presume to be malicious onion nodes on there. And they're obvious because they all start with like 777, like 8 7s or 8 6s or 1 2 3 4 5 6. They're all connected to the same backend node. And there's like maybe 20 or 30 of them.
I'm not surprised. Not surprised in the least. I actually run my own onion node.
Yeah, but
the part that surprises me is you have to be a little bit obtuse to actually mine that many difficult to mine onion addresses and then put them all up on Monero.fail. Well, that doesn't make any sense. Like, if they're easy to point out that they're all mined by the same person for the same reason, and that they weren't easy to mine. Like, it would have made more sense if they just used random onions.
Yeah,
but instead they want us all to know that they all point to the same node.
Nihilist, I got a question.
You can't just know that they are malicious unless if the adversary tells you that it's theirs, you know. So yeah,
well,
but
no,
you can assume that it's the same person. Yeah.
Monero.fail monitors the node's uptime, and all of these went down at the same time. And for somebody to put up 15 different nodes that took weeks for a regular person to mine for each of them, you can't. There's no normal person that would do that.
Yeah.
Quick question, Nihilist. Do you have a tutorial on setting up an Onion server on a home internet DHCP connection?
I do, yeah. So I can send you the link, by the way. So to set up a custom domain, Onion domain, you mean?
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Do I need to have a domain in order to have an Onion server?
No, you do
No,
not.
you can have a random one, or you can generate a custom one. You have the choice.
So say I have a Proxmox server, and I want to, on a container, I want to run an Onion service that is, that might be like SQL Ledger or something, and I want it to be in an Onion service. I don't need to rent a domain or anything.
No.
No, you just need the internet connection.
That's correct.
So I'd like to use that. If you could put it in the private chat, the URL to those instructions, I'll definitely take advantage of that. Thank you.
See, that's the nice thing about Onion services is that you don't have to worry about you don't have to worry about port forwarding. You don't have to worry about DHCP. You don't have to worry about any of that stuff. It just works. So you create your Onion service and point it at the thing you want it to go to, and as long as you have the ability to access the Onion service, so like Tor browser or whatever, it works.
Very awesome. Thank you.
I have a
one of the main
going
things
on.
I use Onion for is just SSH. You
Yeah,
know, you
that
don't have
works
to
too.
open up any ports. Yeah.
You can forward any TCP, program, port to an Onion website. It works. Yeah. You can do SSH. You can do, I think RGB. You can also. But yeah, the problem is just the latency. You have to wait every time you do something with it.
Okay, guys. I think we'll probably go ahead and end it here. Unless there's something anyone wanted to mention related to the guest or the news.
The bonding. The
Monero Nodos in America are being shipped out.
Yes, I see people are getting theirs and posting it.
I can't get to that link, Nihilist. Can you double check that?
It's because he sent you an Onion URL.
Open it on the Tor browser.
Nihilist is trolling.
That's awesome.
No, I'm not trolling. It's a real link.
The XMR.
No, I'm messing with you. I'm messing with you.
Okay, so I have to use Tor browser to get to it.
Yes.
Yep.
Awesome. Thank you.
I like the idea of the XMR Bazaar bond. As a seller, I think that'll work really well as a mediator, like a medium thing between the direct payment to the seller and the multi-sig escrow. Because I don't want to use the multi-sig escrow, honestly, because I use mobile all the time, and it seems like a pain in the ass to set up. I really don't want to deal with all that, and so I think this bond thing would be a great medium.
Hey, yeah, would love to get Offrin's take on that as well, his input.
On the XMR Bazaar bond?
Yeah, what do you think of that concept? I don't know if you heard me pitching it earlier in the show.
No, I didn't. I only heard AJS's part. I think I might have tuned in late.
Okay. Yeah, so for XMR Bazaar, as you know, there's direct payments, and then there's also the multi-sig option, right, with third-party escrow. We're considering adding essentially a feature where sellers can purchase a bond with Monero from the platform, and then that kind of becomes insurance for the buyers if there's ever any scam, right? So if you're selling cheese for Monero, you could buy a 1 XMR bond, and you're bonded for 1 XMR. And if there is, if a buyer is accusing the seller of being scammed and the mediator comes in and determines that the buyer was in fact scammed, the buyer would be covered by, the 1 XMR bond that was put up.
I think I had an idea similar to that before. That was basically like, say I'm selling cheese, 1 XMR worth of cheese, or let's say I have cheese and I'm selling 10 XMR worth of cheese, and it's on a subscription model or whatever, then I could put up XMR, and that would guarantee to my customers that I'm being honest, because if I lose the dispute, then I would lose my XMR.
Yep,
And
that's-
it would
Yeah,
sort of work like insurance. Yeah.
Exactly, what the eureka moment for me was that it doesn't have to be like per transaction per sale. The user can just
Yeah.
be bonded, and they can bond themselves for whatever amount they want, right? Like if I'm selling cheese,
Yeah.
maybe I only buy a 1 XMR bond, but if I'm selling Lamborghinis, maybe I put 100 XMR up, right? Like just the extreme example. But idea being that people could put in whatever amount they want to be bonded for. And those that don't want to put anything up don't have to, right? If I'm selling cheese and I've been selling it since, XMR Bazaar first launched and I have 1,000 successful sales, I don't need to even show I have a bond, right? At that point, people are just buying directly from me.
Simplified Privacy, I think it is, does that. So they have I think they're the ones that sell graphene phones, like they sell graphene phones and stuff like that. And they have worked out an arrangement with, like, I think it's Aliyah, that they have a bond like manually set up with her. So they issue PGP receipts. And so if there's ever an issue, the buyer can go give Aliyah this PGP receipt, and she can verify it and give them the money if they were to ever scam anybody, which they don't seem to, because why would you scam somebody if you have insurance against scamming?
Right.
So the thing that I would tell you that you really need to think about, especially since you're trying to not do it based on transaction, is high volume individuals that decide to do a rug pull will immediately exhaust their bond within like a certain period of time, unless their bond is enormous. And then the other thing that you need to consider is as the pool of insured or bonded people goes up, you don't actually have to carry that entire liquidity pool. And then the third thing that I'd point out is as values fluctuate within crypto, you're going to end up with all of these moral hazards of a person trying to make a claim when the value of the crypto has spiked to exceed the value of what they've purchased. And you're going to see all kinds of people not worried about losing their bond when the value of the crypto goes down relative to the item that they're selling. And I have a lot of other things that I could point out about this, but those are like the main moral hazards that you need to find a way to address. Now, the cool thing about it is there's a threshold. So based on the total volume of what goes through XMR Bazaar that is bonded, the larger the volume, the more you can mitigate your risk by diversifying the assets that are being held. So you can have XMR bonds, but you can divest like 10% of it or 15% of it into something else that holds its value, especially when crypto goes down. So generally, crypto is a risk asset. Monero does kind of like a better job not being pegged to risk than most cryptos, but it still very much is. But like, for example, I don't know, gold or gold backs, right? So, after, let's say your cargo insurance, let's call it, because that's kind of what you're actually talking about, is cargo insurance for international travel. I know it sounds like they're not related, but the model that you're talking about is almost identical. And the thing is with cargo insurance, since there's so much insurance on such a low risk activity, they'll take a large amount of their pool and diversify it. Now, because it's mostly government sanctioned activities, they kind of force you to use bonds in that case. But what you could do is you could do it in some kind of interest bearing asset. So, but it all requires like a certain amount of liquidity to be locked away in bonds, because the first guy presents a tremendous amount of risk to XMR Bazaar. However, XMR Bazaar doesn't go under if they lose 100%. And then as you get up to like, let's say, you know, there's 50,000 XMR locked up in your bond plan. The risk of going under from a whole bunch of failed transactions goes down, but your risk in other areas goes up. But now you have this big pool that's almost never going to be exercised all at once, unless those moral hazard incidents take place, like massive spikes in price or massive dips in price could have an effect on that. But the thing is it would allow you to diversify that pool. The problem is if you diversify the pool and the moral hazard goes from the value of XMR going up, now you have to take that and move it back into Monero at a loss. But if the moral hazard comes from the price of XMR going down, so now the person who's bonded wants to exercise that bond by basically scamming, at least you're protected from the diversification. So there's a couple of ways that you can mitigate that. Like the main one for me, like the most obvious one for me, would be a time lock. Like, so in other words, your bond is good for, let's say, 6 months, and then I return 90% of it, or you roll it over and you add your additional 10%. So in other words,
That's, yeah, exactly. That's how
yeah.
I was thinking. It would be like
Yeah,
a year
if
long
you
or 6
don't
months
do that,
long.
you're probably
Yeah.
fucked in the long run. Like, to be
Yeah, I mean, the
totally
way I see it is people could essentially buy whatever level of bond they want. Yeah, it would be time, I guess, time
well,
locked. It would
that's why there's
expire after a certain amount of
percentages on your
time.
notes. So if you talk about a government bond, the payments on those notes are like annualized usually. So you get a 5-year bond and you get a higher percentage, and you know, so you would do the inverse of that. So in other words, if you get a 5-year bond, it's only, you know, let's just say 5% a year comes off of it, and then you either need to top it off or your threshold goes down by that amount. And then at the end of the 5 years, you automatically get everything back minus the last payment, unless you roll it over again. But you really do have to. I mean, I know I can be really busy, but like I would be willing to have this conversation with you at some point about, because I actually no shit, I do the same thing at my own company for people who want to invest things like equipment and stuff. I've been doing this for years in all kinds of weird applications. I would be happy to share what I know, and I've gotten burned by them several times. So I have but I've also had it where like it worked out in my favor. Now I work with people where if it comes out in my favor, I usually I'd make them whole, just because that's not the point of what I'm doing. But I've seen it go both directions many, many times. So I would be willing to help you with that. And the other thing is like, especially once you have an idea, the direction you want to go, I would be shocked if Bawdy couldn't come up with a way to model. Or another person who would be ideal for that would be Francisco, right? Or Arctic Vine, where he could so easily model whatever you're thinking about doing to give you an idea of like, okay, how much if XMR pumps this much versus if it dips this much before I'm underwater in both directions. So I would really, really consider modeling it after you think you know what you want to do, because a model is always going to tell you some shit that you wouldn't have thought of on your own. It's so valuable. But that said, I'm just saying, like, the underlying premise of it is amazing. I also think it needs to be partnered with something else. And so for like, it's because it's not going to carry the thing to a scale that we all want it to see, but it would put a huge dent in it. I mean, you have to come up with something else that would also, like, for example, I think a subscription to specific multi-sig, like third-party judges or whatever you want to call it. Like basically people can build their rating as an arbitrator. And then if they have a rating up to a certain point, then they can like they can carry the title of like a paid arbitrator. And people can choose to use that guy for a small fee, or if they have like a certain membership, they can use it as many times as they want or something. It's like if you put the two together, now you've got it. Now you're good to go, you know. But that's just my 2 cents on the whole thing.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, I'm just.
There was. I did want to mention one thing, since this is like the platform to do it. I've been encouraging people for years now to go into the community that they're from and try to make Monero like relatable and try to, you know, the whole thing about like cypherpunks talking to cypherpunks is only going to get the cypherpunk community into Monero, and we're all here. So the thing is I keep telling people to go to their own community. A lot of you probably know that I'm a pretty religious dude. And there's another guy out there who is also a very religious individual. He's a diehard Christian. That's Monero Master. And he's been trying to do the work to make content available to the Christian community about the benefits of Monero from like a Christian perspective. I know it's not for everybody, but at the same time, I've said it before, but now there's 2 episodes that I'm in, but he's done other things as well. And I think he's trying to get more involved in it. And I just want to encourage people, even if that's not your flavor, to help him pump his numbers, like view counts, subscriptions, maybe even help him out. Because if Christians were to adopt Monero based on the Christian principles, which, by the way, is the main reason why I'm in it, is the liberty and the Christianity aspects. To get that community to hear what he has to say is good for everybody in Monero anyway. So I would strongly encourage people to go to Monero Master's channel and pump his view count, pump his subscription count, whatever. Find them on alternative platforms, pump that too. If you have like a super religious auntie who's been hearing you talk about Monero and, you know, she doesn't like see you in that way, it might be good to have like this other guy who speaks the language advocate for the fact that Monero holds to Christian principles. I've actually already seen it work, and so I know it does work. I would really like to see this guy's message make it into, I mean, like pulpits and, you know, Bible reading clubs and, you know, Bible studies and stuff like that, because it would go a very long way in adoption. And then another thing that goes along with that is people who are better at on-ramping should probably make themselves available to that community. I know from my own experience, a lot of Christians, in order to get non-KYC Monero, are even willing to pay a premium on it. So there's an arbitrage there as well available to you. So you can actually make money by helping this guy out. Or you could make that money and then put it back into the guy to keep the adoption going, or whatever you want to do. But pump those views, pump those subscriptions, and then see what you can do to help him in his crusade.
Have we had him on the show? Have we had him on Monero?
Yeah, you have.
We did, right?
He was the guy who formalized the Monero pledge. That's how I heard about him.
Right.
But
yeah, tell him to come back on the show too, and he could, you know, we could show clips of his show, whatever, you know, he could get.
I mean, he would be a great guest for sure. I'm all about it. But the other thing is, like, this dude's editing game is on point, and he's very well spoken. He's always like clean and professional when he's on the show, and I look like a trashy fucking trailer park guy when I'm on there, so I don't know why he had me on, but like the thing is keep in mind, like, this is a third of the world, and most of them act based on their religious principles. This is the single biggest, and by the way, a lot of it applies to Muslims too. In fact, like a huge amount of it applies to Muslims too. The first episode was about, like, it was mostly centered around usury. both Muslims and Christians are theologically opposed to usury and don't really know of a way out, and Monero is that way out. That one message alone could get, I mean, you could get 1 billion people to adopt it on religious principles alone if they hear the things that he's talking about. Now, I don't think that it would actually be 1 billion, but I'm just saying, like, this is a huge avenue for Monero adoption. And it's one thing to go out to your local pizza shop or whatever, and which everybody should be doing, and I'm all about it and don't stop. But I'm saying, like, this is the big target audience, and they're very zealous people. So this is like, if you want adoption, this guy's approach is amazing. So please, if you have time, consider, even if it's just like running his video in the background on an actual Google account. I mean, I know a lot of you nerds out there have like a proxy Google account and all that. Just like letting it play in the background or something for that extra view or whatever you can do. You know, getting subscriptions, sharing his Twitter feed or his X account. In fact, anybody who's in the Monero community who doesn't have Monero Master on their X account is losing for other reasons too. His memes are like appropriate, but like good, you know. It's I would love to see this guy rocket into the stratosphere. So if you guys would please look into Monero Master's work. I really believe that for adoption, he is totally barking up the right tree right now. And I could be wrong, but it's worth a shot. It costs nothing to help the guy. So please consider doing that. I'm all about it. And like, I would put it right up there with like Monero Talk and Monerotopia as far as like reaching the masses. This guy is, in my opinion, the perfect candidate to be going after that crowd. So please, ladies and gentlemen, Monero Master, look into him, X, YouTube, whatever, get his work out there.
Almost as good as Doug, right?
Different. We need more, man. The more the better.
I'm partial to this stuff because I'm kind of grungy. I'm saying like, is, you know, and Doug is like a very like good face for the general public, but we have to get some specialists is what I'm saying. Like, this guy is tailor made for like, you know, 1/5 to 1/4 of the world minimum, you know, and then we need another guy to talk to like, you know, like either Democrats or, you know, we need another guy to talk to communists. We need, you know, like, we have to have some specialty guys getting into these communities. Doug is like, he's in my opinion, I don't know what you're trying to do, but in my opinion, Doug is like the platform for cypherpunks and normies to collide. And I think that's an amazing, and honestly, it has to be the first step too, right? Without that, a lot of this other stuff ain't going to work. But it's my opinion that like, now that Monero Talk exists and it's probably not going anywhere, we need to have people reaching specific communities with a more tailor-made approach. And what is Doug going to sit here and host shows all day, every day, 24/7? Of course not. And to see another guy pick up the torch and go into his community is exactly what we've all been saying we wanted to happen forever. Well, now here's the guy doing it. So it's like, we really do need to put up or shut up. Like, he's put his time into reaching his community and his work is good. So that's why I'm saying this dude right here. It's the same with like Ray Youssef, you know, he touches the heart of the warrior in me. I'm like really into this guy, but I'm sure some people would be like, this guy is crass and he sounds like a psycho and what, but the thing is he's reaching the killers. You know what I'm saying? He's reaching the aggressive population. Like, we have to have these specialists to keep the cause going is my take on that.
Okay, I'm going to end it here now while I have a chance to.
There you go. All right. See you guys next week.
Goodbye, everybody. Have a good weekend.
God bless
Thanks,
you
everyone.
all.
Penelope says goodbye.
Goodbye, everybody.
Thank you for joining us on this week's Monerotopia episode. We stream live shows every Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern. You can find and subscribe to our show on YouTube and Odyssey, or listen to the podcast on iTunes, Spotify, or Stitcher. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter or join us in the Monerotopia Telegram group. See you all next week.